Sweet. Did you go live? Yes, live? Cool. Alright. And now that thing won't. Okay, so this one, yes. Okay. We're still going down in order, so family is next. I should probably have put in the title that I was testing my mic. Oop. I just realized how much I'm actually blocking that. Bleh. 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 Hi, Kayla. How are you? Ugh. Good thing I read these things for you guys, because apparently I block a good majority of it. The sun warmed your skin from its place in the sky. You closed your eyes, enjoyed the mix of the heat with the pleasant breeze that drifted past you. Oh, Kayla, how's my mic? I know, I'm nice and comfy. Caro! I'm doing good. Finally free from Christmas decorations, besides the small tree in the guest room. You sound so good. Yay! Can't stay long because doctor's appointment. Okay. But hello. Hi. You, Lee, had spread out a blanket on top of one of the hills behind your house and had been relaxing there for a while now. Are you using the new mic? I am. I should have probably put it in the title. I act like I can't change the title. Should I put in the title that I have a new mic? Yeah, I had Darrow. Hold a minute. Okay. Okay, then it must have just turned it back on. Nope. Not streaming. No, you're fine. Wait. Oh, do you work now? Oh, I have to put it back. Your emotes aren't working? Oh gosh. Come on. Phone, please stay. Oh. Okay. Gosh darn it. I really need to fix my chat. Chat's the next thing I need to. I'm on the phone, so I can't really tell, but congrats. Oh. Using the mic. You can't. It's set in stone. Oh. Just the stair one isn't working. Oh. Ooh, that sucks. I don't know how to mute my own self. So, you guys probably heard that entire conversation, but essentially one of the deer's heads, when I turned them on, didn't work, so I let my mom know. Yeah, it's still not popping up, Halo. Oh yeah, I hate that you can't see the animated emotes on the phone as well. That's usually like when you see me use the troll one. If it moves or it doesn't move, it's because I can't tell which one I'm clicking. Ooh, shoot. I clicked off the game. Lee had come over early in the day, while a range of activities had been discussed, from staying at home to heading down to the beach, a picnic on the hill, which had been the choice you both settled on. A small spread was laid out in front of you. I can still move, right? I can never tell if I'm able to. But yeah. Laid out in front of you. Some bottles of water, soft drinks, you mean pop, as well as chips and sliced fruit. Just give me the fruit. I want fruit. You sat up and reached for a snack, listening to Lee talk away about the musical she had gotten to see a few days ago. Oh, I went to go see, there's a show in Chicago called the Circus LA that I went to go see yesterday, which it was fun. And then I also saw in the parking garage that there was a bullet hole in one of the windows, so I was like, yes, sweet Chicago. It was unbelievable. There was singing, dancing, crazy stunts, and it was all done live right in front of my face. Maybe one day we can go together. I got to see more shows like that. You smiled at Lee's enthusiasm, knowing how much she enjoyed singing and performing. And she was good at it too. You had gotten a chance to hear her sing a couple of tunes, and you knew she put a lot of effort into it. You liked to sing, but you weren't very good at it. You liked to sing and had a talent of your own. You didn't like singing, but you've been told you were good at it. You weren't good at singing, and that suited you just fine. I actually wanted to be a singer when I was little. And then I got my tonsils issue. That didn't go very well. In this game, I tend to give myself, I can do everything without effort. And I'm like, haha, this is fiction. It was nice the two of you could share that interest. I wonder, maybe we could put on a show of our own show? I'm thinking how fun it could be. We can perform for our parents and ask our friends or some other people to come and watch too. It totally work. Yeah, let's do it. I don't know. The idea gave you stage fright. Sure, I'll give it a go. That's not a good idea. It will be embarrassing. Fuck yeah. You actually had thought about doing something like that before, and you never had a chance to. Lee clapped in excitement, bouncing on the balls of her feet, beyond happy that you were on board with her idea. I'm going to sing, do you want to? Or maybe to do something else? I'll sing too, I'll dance, play an instrument, I'll write the song, I'll do some stunts that go along with the music, I'll pick the outfits, I'll do makeup, I'll make the backdrops for the stage. I'll sing too. Cool! We'll perform an incredible duet. Is there anything else that comes to your head? One more thing. I'll play an instrument. The violin, the one instrument that earlier on when they were like, do you play an instrument? I was like, yeah, the violin. So this is where that choice will impact a little bit. The violin is true. I played when I was little. I gave it up because I forgot to practice over spring break, and I was like, I'm too scared to face my teacher, so I quit. That'll be perfect. Is there anything else that comes to your head? One more thing. I don't know. Yeah, let's make it a real show. I'll draw something, paint something, or I'll sew something. I feel like painting's always faster. But I guess I'm weird like that. I don't know. You thought of painting your painting kit back home. You could definitely use that to make something for the show. You're hoping there would be a large enough piece of paper or cardboard for the backdrop. I think that would make an amazing show. You got things pretty covered. The two of you ran back to the house to grab supplies you needed, dodging your mom's amused questions before heading back to the blanket getting started. Oh shit. Ooh, there we go. I forgot to lock my wheel, my mouse, so I was like about ready to scroll everywhere. You spread a large sheet of paper out in front of you and begin imagining the backdrop for the scene of your show. Lee and you discussed plans in detail, settling on a song first and then practicing out parts for the show. The afternoon passed quickly. The sun dropped lower and lower in the sky, and after having thoroughly worked out how the show was going to go, you have decided to take a break.
Oh.
You know, we should invite Cove to see us and watch us practice our show. He could tell us if it's bad before we put on the real thing. That's a smart idea. You guess that wouldn't be okay. I'm glad he didn't see it. You said nothing. Quite smart. Practice. Beautiful run through of the whole thing. We should ask him to watch us later. Okay. Too bad Derek isn't in the neighborhood today. I like him. Yeah, he's a good person. I like him too. He's okay. He's kind of boring. I don't really like him. Yeah, he's a good person. They've been working on Derek's LC as well too, and they're like fleshing out all the parts. And I'm kind of excited, but I don't know if I could possibly not go for Cove. I knew you think so. But speaking of boys we like, what's the relationship status between you and Cove? Is it good? It's good. I don't know. You blushed and said nothing. You shouldn't gossip. I think things are alright. I can be a shy little bean. Ooh, you're bright red. I guess that's very good. But like, really? Are you gonna tell him that you have a crush on him anytime soon, or what? I don't have a crush on Cove. Oh, am I tsundere now? Tell him I like him soon. I'll tell him soon. There's no way I'm not telling him. I'm pretty sure he already knows. You were pretty sure... You weren't sure if you wanted to tell Cove or not. Pretty sure he already knows, but I'll tell him soon. I hope so. You know he's totally into you too, I guarantee it. You didn't say anything and what? It's got special plans in my garden Cove does. No! My baby boy! Wondering about his personalities instead. Oh, the personalities! That's his probabilities. Oh, darn, here we go. Boop snoot! Grim, how dare you boop my snoot? My snoot has been pooped! You didn't say anything, wondering about the possibilities instead. The two of you talked a little more about Cove. My head, it's been pet. Ah. Hi, Grim. How are you? You talked a little more about Cove. Among the amongst other topics, and you found it was nice having someone to speak with about these sort of things. Why did you have to capitalize it? They're just it looks like you pronounce whatever the thing at random times, like it's flow tie zit. It does. Finally, the both of you decide to pack everything up and head back home. Low tides. Lee talked excitedly about the show as you did, and you thought back on what you had already accomplished for it. You could definitely do with a little more practice, but what you had so far was a solid foundation for a performance. Upon walking through the front door, you met your moms and Elizabeth hovering around each other in the living room. Oh hey, her name in reverse has orc. Caro's an orc. Grim is learning. What is that emote, Caro? Tension hung thick in the air as the three of you turned to you, and Lee frowned slightly. You had interrupted something. Exactly what? You weren't sure. Wow, who died? What's going on? You looked between them and said nothing. Hello? I saw which one we were clicking on for the first one, and I was like, oh. This is the last thing that we'll see. No! But I knew we were getting to something like, oh, we were getting hit with something heavy. I was like, oh no. What's going on? Legs. Your moms looked at each other, wondering which one was going to speak first. Yeah. Eventually, Mom cleared her throat and spoke.
Oh.
We're just having a talk with your sister. The room fell silent again. I can't say something else funny or I'll get banned. The room felt quiet again. With no one quite knowing what to say, you felt incredibly awkward, but the silence didn't last long. I feared nobody. You don't have to stop just because those two are here. There's no reason to try to keep it a secret. Elizabeth was mad, with her arms folded defensively over her chest, but your mom's nodded agreement with her. Still gonna get banned though, crap.
Well...
Elizabeth is asking about her parents. Her biological ones. The world spun on around you at the news. You couldn't understand why was this happening now. When you glanced at Lee, she shuffled her feet uncomfortably, as though she didn't know if she should be there or not anymore. You didn't know either. Your moms had always been open and honest about the fact that neither of them had given birth to you or your sister. But the details hadn't fully explained before. It made sense that Elizabeth didn't know a lot about her biological parents and wanted to know more. You haven't ever thought you accidentally stumble upon it. Elizabeth looked at your parents expectantly. She wasn't going to let the unintentionally interruption derail things. We don't want to keep that information from either of you. It's your right to know your past. But we wanted to wait until you asked us to hear it yourselves. God damn it, I can't read. Jeez, it's been a while. Well, it's happening now, so... Your moms shared a nervous glance, and Ma took a quick breath before speaking again. I adopted you from the Philippines. Hey, there it is. I was right. She is from the Philippines. From the Philippines when you were just a baby. Elizabeth dropped her arms. Her eyebrows shoot upward in surprise. Wait, I wasn't born here?
No.
No, you weren't. You could clearly see your sister was appalled by this information. You struggled even more with what to do or how to react. Am I gonna have to pass some test to even be a citizen?
No.
No, you were adopted into the country. We took care of things. You're already a citizen. Sorry, my other computer freaked out for a moment. I was like really concerned. You're already a citizen. You have nothing to worry about. I followed all the laws when it came to bringing a child into the U.S. Nothing can be held against you. Elizabeth sighed, flaccid with the information, but still far from happy. Who were my parents as people? Why did they put me up for adoption in the first place? Ma softly put her arms over Elizabeth's shoulder, trying to provide some support before giving her an answer.
I am so sorry.
Sweetie, your parents reported to have died. They didn't go into details on specifics of how, but you're an orphan. I wish we had better news for you, Elizabeth. Elizabeth was torn between emotions. I'm off to the doctors now. All right, bye, Cara. Hopefully you come back good. No, thank you when I'm gone. I can't promise anything. Torn between emotions. Her eyes filled with tears as she threw her hands into the air, settling on enraged. Great. So I can never meet them, even if I wanted to. That's not that I could have anyway, since they lived in another part of the world when they were still alive. Elizabeth turned her back on you and your moms and stormed off, sprinting up the stairs to her room before anyone could stop her. I'll have to go talk to her. Ma immediately started to follow her, but Mom gently held her back by the arm and shook her head. We should give her a little space to process it all. Your ma hung her head low, but she stopped walking. When Elizabeth was gone, the two seemed to remember you and Lee still standing awkwardly off to the side. I'm sorry you had to see all of that. It's not how I expected it would have happened when the time came. But since it's the topic of the day, Sophia, is there anything you would like to ask? You deserve to know after all. Lee patted your back, giving you supportive look. I want to know. I don't want to hear. Not right now. You couldn't give an answer. My first run through, I did not want to hear. Because I was like, these two are my mom. I was just like, I'm content. These two are. But when I was running through, because I wanted to see all the I wanted to see what did happen to my parents. And here we go. Well, you get to see what happened to her parents. Your parents both nodded in sync to your reply, ready to talk. I can leave if you want things to be private. I want you to be here for things. I want you to be here. Be lovely. Lee can stay. I can do that. Lee shifted a little closer to you in support, and you are glad to have her there with you. It made you feel a little stronger somehow. You turn to face your parents again, preparing yourself for what they're about to tell you. Ma was first to speak, her voice quivering with emotion. You were adopted as a baby, but 2 years after Elizabeth, we used a different organization that time. You were adopted within the U.S. We're sorry to tell you, Sophia, your parents have also passed away. And no other family member took you in, if there were any. That's why we wanted to wait until you asked. We didn't want to suddenly drop this on your lap. We wanted you to be prepared.
I'm sorry.
Lee gave a reassuring squeeze on the arm to show that she was there for you. Thank you for telling me. Okay. You said nothing. It's not your fault. You didn't kill them, right? You started to cry, or you were so angry. I'm like, thanks for telling me. Not like dropping it one day where you're like, you're adopted. I did want to know, and now I do. Thank you for listening. If there's anything else you want to know, all you have to do is ask. We'll do our best to answer any questions that you have.
Are you okay?
How are you feeling now? Are you going to be okay? Lee watched you closely as through judging how exactly she should react to what was going on. I feel fine, but you didn't mean it, that. You started to cry, you held back tears, you weren't fine at all. Anger rose inside of you. You're definitely not okay, or you said nothing. I could full blown just like cry and just be like, I'm gone. Goodbye. I'm fine. You spoke with a refreshing tone, as though you had a load off. Your mom smiled sadly, but you knew that they believed you. Oh, I guess I'm like, I'm fine. Yeah. Dead people? Who cares? No one seemed to have any words after that. You went up to your room. You needed to stay here with your moms, or you wanted to get out of the house. You wanted to go see Elizabeth, or you wanted to see Cove. We going to see Cove. More than anything, in the moment, you wanted to see Cove. No one could be there for you the way he could. I'm gonna go out, just for a little bit. I'll be back before it's really late. Your mom's nodded in understanding, trusting you to make the best call for yourself. Lee's footsteps echoed behind, and you knew she was following you. Lee, could you Can you stay, Lee? I want to go by myself. You encouraged her, or you said nothing. Bitch, come with me. Can you come with me? You know I can. She gave you a small smile and walked with you to the door. Once outside, you strode across the street purposefully. Cove's house was set in your sights. It's like, I'm coming to get you, Cove. Come here, bitch. After you raised a hand to knock on the door, it only took a few moments for Mr. Holton to answer and giving you a broad smile. Hi, Sophia. Looking for Cove, I bet. Yeah, that's right. Cliff turned and whistled down the hall in the direction of Cove's room. Hey, sport, you have guests. Hey, sport. After calling his son, he turned back to you and dipped his head.
No worries.
He'll be here in any second. As promised, it didn't take long before footsteps echoed down the hall. And Cove's head of green hair appeared before you all. He looked past his dad to see you standing there, smiled and pleased at your visit. Hey, Sophia. Hey, Lee. Hi, Cove. Can you hang out now? He gave you a placid smile, one you were all too familiar with. Sure. You kids take care, alright? I'll be around if you need anything. Mr. Holton shuffled back into the house and closed the front door, giving you some privacy. Cove tilted his head at you. I think I didn't say I was fine. I think I actually cried on the thing I went through because I think you come over here with tears in your eyes, and Cove's just like, what the fuck happened? Like, who hurt you? Who am I beating up? Or I'm remembering that wrong. Cove tilted his head at you, his bangs falling onto his face as he did so. What's up? Lee said nothing. His eyes shifted to you instead. He's so soft looking. He is! I love him. Shifted to you instead and waited for you to speak. There's a lot going on right now. My parents are dead! I'm sorry, I skipped most of them. Nothing. You didn't speak to him. I need to talk to you. My parents are dead. I think I said this like full-blown crying as well, so. My parents, they dead. Might as well just drop the bomb. I almost said Caro. Cove froze at your outburst, except for his mouth, which fell open. My biological ones before my mom's adopted me. Without having to say anything, Cove reaches out and pulls you into a tight embrace. His familiar warmth enveloped you. I'm sorry, Sophia. His words were a whisper, comforting into your shoulder. You don't have to do this. I'm okay. You start to cry. You took a step back from. Bitch, I can full-blown start crying right now. Woo! Make him sad. You pressed your face into the crook of his neck. Unable to stop the tears, his hold on you tightened. Can we talk somewhere else? You felt uncomfortable huddling around the entrance of Cove's house. That feeling didn't seem to be a problem, though. Yeah. Let's go. Cove took you by the arm, encouraging you along behind him. You followed without protest. Lee stayed close as she followed along. You headed towards the hills where you, Lee, had spent majority of your day. Things were so different then. Only a couple of hours ago, you were wondering how everything had changed so drastically. You took a seat in the grass beside Cove, who bent his legs and rested his arms on them before he turned to you again. Can you explain everything to me? You nodded softly before taking in a heavy breath and launching into a story. Cove sat quietly and listening attentively, nodding every now and then or taking in a sharp inhale. It took a long time for you to relay the details. Dozens of stars were pinpoints in the sky as night wore on. Silence settled between you as Cove sat quietly for a moment, contemplating everything you had said. When he finally spoke, his voice was quiet, drifting through the night towards you. Sophia.
I'm so sorry.
About everything that happened to your parents. So sorry. He had stopped suddenly and took in a deep, shaky breath. And you got the impression he was struggling on what to say right now. I would have absolutely no idea. I suck at being in situations like this where, like, don't know what to tell people. Like, I freeze, and I was just like, it's like, I understand you're in pain. And I'm like, I have no idea how to help anyone in this. I was just like, I can hug you. I was like, I can't do anything else because I'm like, words suck with me. That's half the reason why I don't recommend or like shows, books, or whatever to people. Because I'm like, I will tell you the title, and I'm like, just read it. I was like, I can't tell you anything else. It's alright, make it too boring. I'm sad that I'll never know them. I feel bad. I know you're in pain, but keep it to yourself, lol. No. I'm like making the vibe the awkwardness. Code told me he only loves flamingos. How could he? No, the cheater. My love. I feel bad that I don't feel worse about it. I'm just so mad. You shrug your shoulders, not knowing how to feel. I don't know. I'll never find out what they're doing or what they're like as people. I don't make the rules. I just break them. It's just all gone. Sophia, you're not doing anything wrong. You know that, right? I think you can be as sad as you want for as long as you need. Or you can feel okay about it, whatever you want to. I didn't skip. No, okay. He sighed, ran a hand through his hair as he looked out over the ocean.
It's okay.
I guess what I'm trying to say is, whatever you're feeling about it is how you feel about it. You don't have to force yourself to be different. Thank you, Cove. You cried sadly. You cried in relief. You nodded. Thanks, Cove. Bitch is doing his best for being, what are we, 13? We're 13, right? His words had made you feel better. You knew it was true. You didn't have to apologize or make any excuse for the way you were feeling about it at all. Jeez. Cove smiled at you a little. You could tell he was trying to be comforting. And your moms definitely don't. It doesn't matter if you're not blood related, you're definitely family. I can see that. I hope you can too. You felt reassured. Yeah, in his. Yeah. Your coven? Haha, guess what? I'm in a coven now. Your cousin tried not to interrupt your explanation or Ko's response to it. When the moment arose, she made it clear she shared the same settlement. You stayed up on the hill together a little longer, looking out over the ocean and the stars that shone brightly above it. After talking about the situation, we witches? Yeah, we're witches now. We're here to save the world. After talking about the situation with someone who wasn't directly part of it, you started to see things in a different light. Above all, you were glad to have Cove and Lee's support, and you know you could count on them if needed. Hey. The sudden voice of your sister behind you made you jump. You saw her standing a little ways away. She walked closer and you didn't know what to do or what she was planning on saying.
So?
Would you mind going? I just want to talk just to Sophia. You can come back. It's not going to be forever or anything. Cove seemed equal parts concerned and skeptical. Leaving now wasn't a concept that thrilled him. Lee wasn't exactly jumping to go, so she checked with you quietly. What do you think? You can't ask that. You nod your head in agreement. I want to talk to you too.
Really?
Oh. Then we're on the same page? She made a little move along gesture with her hands, and it was settled. You waited until the two of you were alone before fixing her with an inquisitive look. Elizabeth folded her arms and looked you over. Did moms tell you about your parents too? I don't want to talk about it. My birth parents also died. Elizabeth broke eye contact after that.
Sorry.
Why did you want to talk to me? Elizabeth raised an eyebrow at the question, as though the answer should have been obvious. I was worried about you. I was the one who brought it up, and I made you deal with whatever was left when I was gone. She sighed, glancing upward for a moment before settling on you once more. I wanted to ask you what happened without everyone breathing down our necks. It was pretty crappy of you just to bail. I'm amazed you noticed that it was unkind. Thank you for thinking of me. I'm not mad at you. You were quietly surprised of her admiration. She stuck up her nose a little bit at that. She smiled soft. They vacuuming? Be crap. Be mad. I think this is like one of her little sweet moments when she's going through like this I'm too cool for family phase. Like I believe she has like either 1 or 2 nomad. she does get better. It's just more of like, I'm too cool for family phase that like some people go through. Stuck up her nose because my brother went through that, and I was just like, excuse me, why did you stop hanging out with me, you little bitch? And then we hung out more. It was like 1 or 2, like 3 years where he was like, I'm too cool for family, and I'm like, you bitch, come back here. A little bit at that. Her smile was soft. I'm okay, Elizabeth. It didn't upset me. Bitch, I cried. How are you allowed to be that mature? Because I chose it. The lightning spirit and her were quickly gone. She slipped back into a scowl. You have to be born in the US to become president. What? You had never heard of that dream of hers before. She noticed your bafflement and continued. I was never going to be president, but it just feels weird having stuff taken away and not getting a chance at all. At it. Just I don't like having to know that when I was born, I was gonna have a completely different life. So different, I can't even think about what it would look like in my head. I could have spoke another language, lived away from everything I've ever seen here. I had someone else as my sibling. And then my parents died and I was adopted. And the life I got became a total new thing forever. I can't go back to what it was, even if I wanted to. The heaviness settled between you and the person who became your sister. You felt like that too. You knew exactly how she felt, or you really didn't understand. Well, I was born in the US, so, well, still different cultures, depending on how far we were. You feel that too. You knew exactly how she feels. Yeah. I can't stop wondering what my life would have been if I wasn't adopted. There's so many things that could have been different. I would have met Cove, my darling, my honey boo. Elizabeth watched you seriously, and there goes the dogs. She was still trying to make sense of this to you and herself. I don't know why today was the day. Nothing came up to make me ask the question, but it was just something I had in my head for a while. Elizabeth's more like, oh yeah, wait until we get into later. When it's just me and Mom's in the living room, I kind of just said it, finally, and there you go. She shifted from one foot to another, relaxing her stance a bit. I keep thinking that we're sitting, and then apparently we're standing. Relaxed her stance a bit. She also spoke more gently. Learning about them later implies better mommy. Yes. I like all their designs when you see them grown up. What had happened doesn't change how I feel about our family, Sophia. She smirked, fixing on you with sharp eyes. I had already figured out a long time ago that moms weren't our biological parents. That wasn't news. No. Technically, one of them could have been related to you. You kept listening to Elizabeth. It didn't really change. Well, technically. Our moms can have kids, just not both together. True, but I'm not half white or half native Hawaiian. So, no, neither of them. Could have been my mom.
Nice try.
Smart Alec. Nothing about the family I was first born in would have made me decide that this wasn't my family anymore. If you had hoped you'd be free of the my big sister status, don't think you're so lucky. She bumped her shoulder against yours playfully. Her lips tilted at the corners.
You'll always be my little sister.
You smiled softly at her. You jokingly groaned at the prospect. You bumped her back, where you hugged her. Boop. It took a few seconds, but she gave you a quick squeeze in return. You always be my family too. I think I'm really lucky. You took a few moments quietly. Boop. Chuckling, she seemed pleased on how the conversation had gone in the end. I feel like you could be a total asshole. She acts so childish. It's because she still is a child. She's only 2 years older, so she's like 15. You're still kind of a child. Or, no, you still is. Ready to head home? Back home? It's been a long day. You gave her a nod.
Come on.
You three, let's go. Ain't you? Yeah, 15. I said 15. And I'm 13, so technically I'm a teen too, but a child. No. Yeah, new teen. You walked home together in a comfort silence down the well-worn street, but the familiarity of it all felt nice. When you stepped through the door, you found your mom sitting quietly together at the kitchen table. Their heads snapped up, and they got to their feet to meet you. Ma gave you a careful smile. I'm on the phone, so I'm a little delayed. We were so glad to see you. Hi, sorry for walking away. Everything is all right. You said nothing. I thought they were older, like high schoolers. Hee. Elizabeth is in high school. Me being 13, I should be still middle school. Imagine being delayed. That's all right, sweetheart. We're just happy to have you here again. Ma came over and wrapped her arms around you and Elizabeth, giving you a tight hug. It didn't take long for Ma to join in, putting her arms around the both of you.
Love you.
We really couldn't have asked for better kiddos. We love you. More than we could ever say. Moms. You smiled at their comfort. You were glad your moms were alright. You're smushing me. I love you too. It was a nice moment. I think I at one point I full-blown cried because I was like, sweet parents. A healthy relationship. What I could ask. Nah. I got dad issues. It was a nice moment for you to enjoy for as long as you could. They pulled back eventually, grinning at the two of you, and you knew that then you would all had each other, and you would always would. Well now, since we're all here, how about we do something together as a family? That sounds like an excellent idea. We should have some fun before the night's over.
Totally!
I love the sound of that. Okay. Poor Cove is like the complete outsider. Cove looked a little bashful, likely for being included as part of the family, but he tried not to pay much attention to it. Why not? You hid the smile that threatened to tilt your lips, knowing Elizabeth must have had been in a good mood if she hadn't teased Cove about being part of it. No matter what she could have said about it, you wanted him to be here. He was someone who was really important to you. Who's got a suggestion? It should be something we can do in the house with everyone in the same room. You suddenly remember the show that you and Lee had been working on earlier. Maybe we can do a show? You were bummed that you never got to do it. You weren't so keen on it that now after what happened. Fuck yeah, let's do the show. A show? This is the first time we're hearing about it. I'm intrigued.
Wonderful.
That would be amazing if you could put it on for us to watch. Oh yeah? I need to see what you've been cooking up. That would be cool. You smiled at Lee, who just returned the gesture while bouncing on her heels in excitement. Take some seats and we'll get everything together. Your moms collected the chairs from around the dining room table and set them in a row in the living room, where it was enough space for the show. While they did that, you and Lee gathered the supplies you needed and rehashed the plan one last time. You listened through the song you had chosen one last time. You collected your instrument from your room, making sure it was ready to go. The backdrop you had prepared earlier was ready to go, and now that it was needed. When the two of you returned to the living room, everyone was sitting and chatting amongst themselves while waiting. The group quieted down when you and Lee stood in front of them on your makeshift stage, and Lee was buzzing quietly with excitement beside you. You felt nervous all of a sudden. You were pumped for the show. You weren't sure how to feel. You were pumped for the show. I don't think I really ever got stage fright, but I was never really had a part in any show like musicals that I did. I was just like the extra. I was like, I do my part. The only time I ever freaked out was when I broke the bread over King Arthur's head. Lovely. Because it wasn't planned to do that. The time you and Lee had to put into practice was worth it. You were ready to go. Okay. You broke the bread, Nani. So we left it out so like it was a real baguette, and we left it out so it'd become like stale. And it was kind of towards, like, I think we had like 2 more shows left to do after doing, I think, like 3 shows. So the bread was stale, but apparently it got like really weak. So when I hit King Arthur, it shattered on the stage. Like, it crumbled, and I froze. Like, I had no idea what to do. And I had no idea. It felt like a long time for me, so who knows how long it actually was. But what I ended up doing was just picking up the pieces and kept throwing it at King Arthur. And afterwards, luckily what did the bread ever do to you? Because I was I almost said chef, a baker. I think that was my role in the show. But luckily they had a second baguette. so that one was left out to become stale so I could use it. Okay, so welcome to our show. We only came up with it today, and we promise it will be good. You stay quiet. You thank you for being here tonight. No refunds. You really gotta be impressed. No refunds. Laughter rippled through the mini audience. Then you nodded at Lee and you were ready to begin. Lee took in a deep breath, waiting a few beats it took to get into the song, and you started to sing. A part of the song joined in a few moments later, and you smiled at each other as you sang together. Singing and playing with the violin, I heard, is actually really hard to do. You concentrate hard on hitting the right notes on your violin. The backdrop you created gave an great atmosphere to work off of. When the performance was over, Lee took your hand in hers and you bowed deeply together. Everyone gave you a round of applause and cheered for an encore. When you straightened yourself up, you were happy to see Elizabeth was clapping for you. Bravo! Bravo!
Good job.
You're so talented. Your family rose from their seats and came over to congratulate you more directly. You were beaming from ear to ear. Cove was the first one to approach, stepping up to you, Lee, with a smile on his face.
It's nice.
Nice job. Thank you. You were great with the violin, Sophia. It was cool. Thanks. It was pretty good, huh? You blushed and said nothing. Luckily, we're lucky we had a crowd who was easily impressed. Hee. Cove chuckled and shook his head. Hey, were you the one who painted the backdrop? Yeah, that was me. Cove smiled, content that his guess had been correct.
Not bad.
I thought so. It was good. You couldn't help but feel flattered that he could recognize your talents so easily. Your parents gushed over how great everything was and thanked you for sharing it with them. Elizabeth was complimentary in her own way. Although she did describe the show as cute, you knew she meant kind of kiddie. You laughed it off, however. Oh my gosh, my nose is always itchy. And were just as happy that everyone had a nice time. In the moment, you couldn't have been more pleased with the part of the family you had. Summerwork. You stared out the window, watching the scenery pass by as your mom drove down the quiet streets at a leisurely pace. A singer crooned sweetly from the radio, turned low enough that you could block it out if you wanted. You turned away from the window when your mom suddenly spoke up. Well, kids, are you excited about going to the library? Yeah, I can't wait. Nope. I guess. Yeah. Mom laughed, catching your eye in the review mirror, winking. I don't know why I asked. I already knew how you felt about it. Taking a trip down to the library would always be something you enjoyed.
So,
What about you, Cove? You're part of the conversation too.
Not really.
If I didn't have school stuff to do, I probably would be somewhere else.
I see.
I get it. I wasn't so keen on the library in my day either. Really? Well, no. Unless you're counting under 6 years old as my day. She grinned over at the two of you briefly. Mom refocused on driving, humming along with the radio under her breath. You went back to staring outside. As you passed one street, you caught a glimpse of someone in a brightly colored clothes passing out balloon animals. It sparked a faraway memory, and you felt your lips twitch up before consciously remembering why. How long ago was it that you and Cove watched the amazing Alexander performing magic tricks? Hey Cove, do you remember that one guy? You kept thought to yourself, hey Cove.
Maybe.
Maybe I do. Alexander. The amazing Alexander, and he gave us dolphin balloons for free. At this reminder, Cove smiled faintly.
Oh.
Yeah, I wonder if he's ever there now. Maybe we should go more often to check. Maybe. That was the first time we ever went down that street together, I think. I miss my balloon. He was a good dolphin for that one afternoon I had him. Yeah. Hey, Cove. What were you gonna name your balloon? You never told me. Huh? Oh, huh? I don't know. I can't remember what kid me was thinking. Probably something obvious like Flipper. You couldn't help but smile, and helped the way your own smile curled up higher at the settlement. You wanted to say something but couldn't quite think of what, so you settled back into your seat. With the silence filled the car again, you returned your attention to the window. It was an absolutely gorgeous day, which means I would be inside. You leaned your face into the sunshine, tempted to close your eyes as the gentle rays warmed your cheeks. Sophia? Lord, I can't read. You lifted yourself up a bit more, seeing your mom twist her torso to face you, confused from the front seat of the car. Next to you was nothing. Cove door was already open. You had reached the destination before you realized. I was asking what time I should pick you up. Oh, cozy cookie. Yeah, cookie. Four should be okay. That should give you enough time to finish your summer assignments. Ooh, shoot. Did anyone actually do summer assignments? Because I don't ever remember doing them. You were like, we were supposed to read books, and I never did it. I think I only did it one time where we were supposed to grab this or read this one book, and I ended up actually enjoying reading it. I think that was the only time I ever did it. But did I write anything on it? No, I just read the book. Or at least make a large enough dent. Thanks, Mom. You hopped out of the car, remembering to grab your backpack at the last second. Alright, have fun, you two. We will. You closed the door and gave a little wave. She waved back. The two of you went right to the door of the library, Cove reaching it first and tugging it open and stepping inside. He kept it propped open so you can pass through behind him. The air was much cooler inside the building than it had been the few seconds you spent outdoors. The space was filled with a soft din of paper being moved and whispered voices. Hey, you seem kind of distracted on the ride here. Just enjoying the day. I'm excited to see Derek. Want to walk for a bit? Muhahaha. Muhahaha. What? What, Flamingo? What are we doing? Cove looked dubious at the vague answer. Okay, I can enjoy the day, bitch. I mean, nothing. 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 Now I'm scared. What did you do? I'm like looking around. I'm like, I don't see if you did anything. Keeping my eyes on you. But, what? Don't you think it's nice out? I do. Your study buddy is standing in front of the library by a long rack of magazines. Particularly, he's flipping through one of the various sports players on the cover, looking intently enough to burst off the page. His head snapped up when you walked over, he beaming widely. Hey, Sophia. Hey, Cove. Hi. Were you waiting a while? Not super long. Derek put the magazine back in its place, and he gestured to the space at his side. Most of the tables were empty, only a few people leafing through books. There's plenty of room. In an unspoken agreement, the three of you started moving towards the seating area. Derek took 2 steps for every one of Cove's. Oh, guess what? I'm pretty sure I mastered the fake shot. I will show you some other time. Derek looked over to gauge the level of interest. Do you know it? Soccer's not really for me. All the sporty stuff Cove liked was beach-related. Surfing, snorkeling, bodyboarding. He didn't really play a lot of team games, but he did like doubles volleyball. How does it go? Derek's eyes flashed in excitement as he explained.
Okay.
Well, you move the ball like you're going to go one way and then demonstrating by running a few steps ahead, showing off some fancy footwork. You do it like this, so it does it like that. You laughed, bobbing your head at his attempt to trick across with no ball. Shh. The three of you looked over to the... Has anyone actually been shushed by a librarian? Because I haven't. There's like this kids section at my library where I'm like, there's an actual like little playground on it. So I'm like, but I feel like it's also like natural when you get older that you're just quiet in a library. I don't know. It's not working. What's not working? Oh, is something not working? No, by Larry. It's What's not working? I'm scared. What didn't work on my thing? Oh! Flamingo. Always spelled it wrong. Huh. I was like kind of waiting for the alert to play. Oh, are my alerts not working? Ah. Great. Oh, lovely. And I don't know how to fix that. The three of you looked over to the checkout desk, and the librarian stood behind it wearing a deep frown. Grumpy. You felt bad, you were apologetic, you didn't think it was that big of a deal. Apologetic, I guess. I don't know how loud he was actually being. He mouthed sorry, she sighed before turning back to the book she was reading. Derek scratched his cheek, choosing not to let it derail things.
Oops.
I was sitting there wondering why it wasn't working, and then I spelled your name horribly wrong. Oh no! Did you spell it backwards? So, what are you guys working on? What weren't you working on? There were some things you had started with. You had yet to start a single assignment. Sadly, that would be me. You have yet to start a single assignment because you didn't feel like it. Also me. I put an S instead of a Z. Oh. There were some things you had started with. Okay. I think I should do that one. But it was still early summer, so there were a lot of things. I think I'll work on my history assignment. I've got some math problems I need to work on. I don't care. I don't know. I would have done math first to get the easy stuff out of the way, so I felt like I was getting more progress done. The atmosphere was good for study, and you felt motivated to tackle them. There's some summer reading too, and I have to go through an assigned book. But I'm going to do that later because I don't need extra reference or anything. What about you two? I got a few worksheets. They look pretty easy, but my school gave us 3 books to read. Can't they just stick with one? I'm doing a timeline for history. You had all found a table close enough to a tall bookshelf and set up camp. Within seconds, pencils and folders and books were spewed about surface. You focused on your work, you doodled, you looked out the window again. Focus on your work, bitch. I would focus, intently on something for a while, and then I would lose it. I'd be like, aha. Good night. You're pretty confident you can get it done before your mom was set to return. Oh god. I'm kind of glad I don't have to do homework anymore. Though math was kind of fun at some times, so oof. You checked the requirement on the homework sheet your teacher had given you, and opened up the textbook to the pages you needed. After some time, Coach shifted in his seat, twisting his back as if trying to work out knots of it. Feeling antsy? He paid enough attention to Cove to recognize when he's no longer feeling comfortable. Yeah, I'm gonna wander around for a bit.
Talk to you later.
See you. I'm gonna stay here and I'm making good progress. Sorry, Derek. I'll come with you, or I'll stay too. I'll come with you. You might as well take the opportunity to refresh yourself before getting back to work. The two of you strolled away from where you're working. Your eyes roamed over the titles of books as you passed by. Some were dull, some were intriguing, the others were just strange. But you didn't spot anything that would make you pause and pick it up. Looking for something? The reading assignment is more than enough, always. No, but something might catch my eyes. Usually. You never know. I might go out of here if there's enough time. His comment reminded you of the clock ticking away. Even after you finished your work for the summer, the countdown to the new school year would still be on track. Before you know it, we'll be back in class. Yeah, we just got out and it's almost here again. Are you looking forward to going back? Cove rubbed his eyes, drawing your attention to the scar he earned as a reckless kid, with his far-off gaze. Not really. I don't want summer to end. I wish everything wasn't always decided for me. I want to grow up already. Cove didn't feel safe knowing it was others who really determined what his life was like. You understood that much. You touched him softly, you smiled supportively, you shrugged casually. Daddy Caro's not here, hee. Catch the boy. Catch him. Poke him. Boop him. Instinctively, you reached out to him. Your thumb stroked the back of his hand, the way you have hoped was comforting. But there's a chance we could end up in the same class. That would be nice. If we're in middle school, around this time we should be having multiple classes at this point, so hopefully one. If not, lunch. You nodded, glad he was cheering up some. Trust Cove to look on the bright side. I like that. A smile spread across his face, crinkling his eyes.
So...
What about you? Do you want to go back to school already? Yeah, I'm ready for school to start. No kid ever. No, I don't want summer to end either. I like summer, but I'm ready to go back to school when I got to. I don't know. I don't want summer to end. It made you depressed thinking about it. Cove, obviously getting where you were coming from. There was really no getting away from the topic of school right now. It prompted you to think about to the classes you were in. You were pursing your lips. History class was the one you're looking forward to. English class was enjoyable. Math class kept your attention. Science class fascinated you. You wanted to enroll in an art class. You didn't like any of them. I did like science. I like doing the little assignments. Math is kind of easy for me at this point, so I could easily sleep through it. Give me that art class. I loved art. Because I could sleep in it too. It wasn't mandatory at your school, but you definitely hoped to participate. Math kept your attention. You liked figuring out solutions to problems, especially if they were a bit hard at first. No, if they were hard, I was like, fuck this. Science class fascinated you. Yes. You hoped it would be more cool experiments this summer. And I actually don't like history and I don't like English. There was one history class that I actually liked, but I didn't take that until college. And that was all. Screw everything else. Each lost in your own thoughts, you continued to stroll through the library for a little while longer until Cove caught your attention again. We should probably head back. Yeah, let's go. Before you could take another step, Cove cleared his throat, avoiding your gaze. Thanks for listening before. Anytime, it's cool, you're welcome. Don't make it a habit. What the fuck? Anytime. Cove smiled, his cheeks pink. You jerked your head towards where Derek had been left studying. Time to get back to work. Cove and you rejoined Derek, settling in as quietly as you could manage. Work continued as normal from there. The sound of shuffling dragged you out of your head. You looked up in surprise to see Derek packing up. You're done? Derek casually shrugged, but you could tell he felt proud about being the first one finished. Uh-huh. I told you it wasn't anything hard. Wish mine was easy. Was it even worth it coming to the library? What are you gonna do now? You wondered how Derek was going to spend his newfound freedom.
Maybe.
I could look over what you're doing and maybe I got tips that can help. That'd be great. No thanks. You nodded your head yes, or you shook your head no?
I gotcha.
With a smile, Derek leaned over your part of the table. He took some time to get the gist and pointed you in the right direction before turning it back over to you. Derek leaned on the back of his feet. Okay. I gotta look around while you guys finish. See you. Bye.
Bye.
See you. Later on, Ko shifted in his seat, closing his book as he looked over the notes he had been taking. Glancing away, you contemplated on what you had done thus far, too. You had finished everything. You had finished most of your assignments. You said there was about half done. You still had a long way to go. So fucking I finished everything. I don't need school assignments. I totally finished everything. Just as you thought, it hadn't been that difficult. You ripped it up already. Derek's advice made it easier in the end. Are you about ready? It's almost 4. Yeah, I think so. Come on. The both of you gathered up your books and returned the ones you used for reference to the proper shelves, setting off to find where Derek wandered to. It was in the biographic section. His back was to the two of you. One hand above his head, the other supporting himself against the shelf as he strained to grab one of the books. Hey Derek, we're ready.
Okay.
Oh, okay. He glanced towards the sound of your voice and then up at the shelf he was trying to reach. I can get that for you. You followed his gaze and took the book off the shelf for him. Hi, Derek. Here you go. You short McGee. You held the book out for him. He just stared up at you, speechless. Until eventually he accepted the book from your hand, squeaking out a small reply with flushed cheeks. Thanks. Thanks. I gave all a little. And then the three of you were moving to the front of the library to wait for your rides. You stood close to the window, letting out a content sigh, feeling the rays warm you from the slight chill library interior. I wish your excitements were more exciting. You stared in his place. Got any plans after this? Gonna work on my technique. I can't get rusty while school's out. That answer was inevitable. Fucking hell, yeah. That word. Technique for what? Football! How about you two? The word you two echoed in your mind. You knew what Derek meant, but why was it bringing a smile to your face, being linked with Cove? Even the most tenacious? Tenuous? Circumstance? Nothing planned. Me neither. Oh, that's my dad's car. Derek lifted a hand to wave, pushing the door open, and he headed towards the blue pickup truck waiting in the parking lot.
Talk to you later.
See you, Sophia. Bye, Cove. You watch Derek jog off before scanning the area for your mom. Did you get everything done, or you were lost in thought? Sort of. I saw you're done. He smiled, impressed. He felt pretty good about that. I feel like I need to come back to the library again before summer's over. Even if your assignment's work was done, you might have to double check some things. Double check. As soon as it was done, I was done. I look at shit. Or preparations for the start of the year. I'll come with you. I still have those books to read anyway. You smiled at the idea. Despite not working on the same thing, it was nice to have company. I kind of miss being in the same room with Caro and Kalo as we just worked on homework. I didn't get shit done. Who got shit done? We never got shit done. I'm good with that. Hey, do you want to do something with me after this? Oh, sure. Cove seemed eager towards the offer. Being in the same room, how you buy? Goodbye. Especially the three of us would fit on one bed. We played around too much to get shit done. We did. Oh, and then we would start playing, what is it? Dating sims. Until the assignment was God, so fucking true. And then you would stay up so late trying to get whatever work done. Cove seemed eager towards the offer, and you hadn't exactly expected him to say no, but the agreement still made you happy. The two of you smiled at each other. Cove looked away for a second, so did you two, fidgeting with the hem of your shirt. It wasn't long before you spied your mom's car coming down the road. There she is.
All right.
It's time to go, huh, then? No sleep. Yeah. I would, sleep and then wake up at, late or, 3 o'clock in the morning and start doing my charcoal homework. And then binge through that. In 3 hours, and then walk in and get a C and be like, aha, I'm done. Plunge into the car, sliding into your usual seats and buckling the belt. What was everyone's, growing up if you had, a car? What was everyone's, seat? Do you guys have, certain seats if you had siblings? Because I would always be in, this seat right here on the right side of the car. Behind the passenger was always, my assigned seat. Because this one over here, behind the driver would be my oldest brother, and then my little brother would get stuck in the middle. Always shotgun. That was my mom's seat. I sat on the roof. Fitting for a flamingo. You climbed in the car. Yeah. Nope. Hey kiddos, did you get a lot done? I'm done.
Nice.
Amazing. The car shifted into action as you watched the library shrunk into the distance. It wouldn't be the last time you saw it this summer. Even better, you knew you were going to have good company with you. You already counting down the days. Unless I was with both my mom and stepdad, then the right side, back side. Ah. We used to fight over who would get pushed into the middle. Unless I was cousins, I'm the chunky. Yeah. When my brother started to get taller than me, then that's when I would move to the middle. Other than that, if we did have like cousins or whatever people, then it would just be me and my little brother. We would get pushed to the trunk. Unless it was car trips, then it would be like the one behind the driver's seat. Unless driver's seat would come down, my brother would sit like in the trunk with all the suitcases and whatever packed up, while me and my brother kind of sat in like the middle in the seat. As my brother, he was very tall at the age like 6th grade or whatever, so his feet would just come out straight. We would do car trips very often, so we all had like kind of a system where we would sit. You field questions from Mom while you try to juggle a conversation with Cove. When she learned the two of you planned on returning, she immediately offered to give you a ride next time. The fact is, I just realized what you were doing because all I kept seeing was you put unless, and I thought it was the message before. Oh, I just realized both of you are fucking purple. You guys confused me. I was just like, why does Flamingo keep putting unless? And not realizing that the darn green sword was there. Continuing to answer your mom's questions about what you'll be working on, then told her your plans with sticking with Cove after getting back. There was something knowing in her smile that made you pause just for a moment. We're different shades of purple. No, you're not. No, you're not. On what screen? Are you? Not you making me zoom in very close to the screen. No, you're not. I'm the best purple. Yeah, okay, you guys let that out. But soon enough, the trip was over and you arrived back to your neighborhood. Cove had run over to his house real quick to drop off his stuff. Guess we are. No, you're not. Drop off the stuff. You made a pit stop to put your backpack away before heading out again. My purpose. The two of you regrouped in the middle of the road, halfway between your houses. With everything wrapped up, you could now freely enjoy the rest of the afternoon. Your conversation resumed as you both began walking down the street together. The afternoon came and went, and dinner was eaten, and you cleaned up the dishes left behind. Cove had elected to stay for a meal today. He passed you a couple of plates to rinse in the sink. He didn't even have to. Cove asked to do it, at least help with something. You scrubbed them, the last of them, and let out a satisfied smile. Okay, they're done. I'm going upstairs now. You addressed your guests for the evening. Are you gonna come with me?
Yeah.
Yeah, Daddy Caro's not here. Come up to my room. Yeah, I don't have to go back until later. Take it easy, kids. Thank you for helping. When you got to your room, you noticed your backpack from earlier, and you figured it's best to unpack the stuff you needed before going to bed. Cove plopped onto your desk chair and spun it at least around a little bit as he got comfortable. He watched you contently as you walked across the room. He didn't need or expect you to try to entertain him constantly. It was just nice to be near each other, even when nothing was going on. You heft your bag onto the bed, and it sunk into the comforter. With that, you started to sort through books and paper packets. Not all of the things you needed anytime soon. Anything I needed would be in my backpack. Like, I didn't shift through that thing. The only thing we would do was at the end of the year. Then you would get rid of everything. Night. Night, Grim. Get all the rest. No sleep, Grim. Bang bang god, no. Let the poor man sleep. Some of us were. A small pile of most important assessments began to grow at the side of your backpack until you had gone through all of it. You had actually finished flipping through the contents, but it wasn't all of your work. Y'all sleep? Cringe. You intently... I'm still trying to figure out what she's vacuuming down there. You intently pull the opening closer to you and you peered inside. Good. Permanent sleep. Don't talk. Worse people. Yes. Worse for. A second look through commenced, and then a third, and then you begin to open smaller pockets. Oh no, my mod is starting a massacre. You were missing your math assignment. Well, fuck. Works now. Really? Did you get it? Oh. What the fuck? Oh. Well, F. Just big F.
A true gentleman leaves no puzzle unsolved.
Oh. Spacey Macy, thank you for the follow. The fact is, I'm like, okay, that alert worked. What happened to the raid one? Sophia, At this point, Cove could tell something was wrong. You had spent a better part of today completely finishing it, and now it was gone. It's just a math assignment, just redo it then. It hadn't been that noteworthy before, but the bag wasn't really zipped when you first began to look through it. I can't, that's gonna hurt me. The work could have completely fallen out somewhere if you had it in the first place. You were upset by the revelation, but you made yourself stay calm. You started to panic. All you could do was shrug. Your stress levels shot up. Best to think positively. You felt paralyzed. Definitely, like, I would have probably been panicking. Or I think most of it would just be an inconvenience. I was just like, God damn it, where did it go? All you could do was just shrug. It's pretty lousy to lose something, but it wasn't the end of the world. My math homework isn't in my backpack. At your words, Cove jumped out of his seat.
No way!
Oh crap! Is it somewhere we can look? The bag was kind of open, so he went sympathetically. That left a lot of options for where it might be, most of them bad. You resolved to check the spot the backpack was originally left in. It couldn't hurt to look. With nothing in sight, you expanded the search to the rest of the space. Cove did his best to stay out of your way, but keeping an eye out for your missing work. It was a fruitless effort. Your assignment wasn't here. Let's check downstairs. It might still be in your house someplace. Fine.
How are you?
Well, hello again. Is everything all right? You told your mom what was going on. You gave a rambling explanation of the situation. You answered her with a raised voice. Just tell her what's going on, because at this point, it's just I unpacked my bag, and one of my assignments wasn't there.
I am so sorry.
Sweetie, I'm so sorry. What's missing? An assignment for school from the library today. Mom's eyebrows raised in concern at the answer. That's a pickle. I'll call right now. They might still be open. Thanks, Mom. Don't worry about it. That's not gonna help. Well, you don't know. You left her left without a word. Thanks, Mom.
You're welcome.
You're welcome. Just leave it to me. Cove, honey, can you tell us if there was anything you noticed? If you were with Sophia, right? I saw the assignment when Sophia had it out in the library, but I don't remember her putting it away, and I'm pretty positive that there was nothing left on the table when we were done. He spoke resolvedly. Before now, he hadn't considered that something might have been left behind. You had felt the same when leaving, though it was hard not to second-guess things now. Your mom re-entered the scene a few minutes later. The look on her face was not promising.
Well,
So I got a hold of one of the librarians, and they don't see any papers with your name on it. Not that they could see anyway. I'm sorry. For a moment, I forgot my hair was still curled from last night, and I was just like, why is my hair bumpy? Thanks for trying. Okay. You had no reply, and you groaned in frustration. Thanks for trying. Of course. Sorry it was a bust. It's not your fault. My legs. Sophia, hey, let's go over to my house. I can check my bag. Maybe I took it when we were packing up and didn't notice. Good idea. I don't want to. Alright. It's not gonna be there. Totally, I would be the person who's like, yeah, it's probably not gonna be there. Of course, I would not be the person who noticed it in the first place, since I'm like, if it's in my bag, it's where it should be. Good idea. Things were getting heavy here with your mom's worrying. Maybe he needed to get away, or maybe he thought you needed a chance to get away from it too. Let's go. Cove nodded and made his way to the door. Your mom stood by with creased brows. Take care, kids. Good luck. Bye, moms. Mims. You briskly made a trip across the street. In less than a minute, you were going through the threshold of Cove's house. Have you guys seen Cove's house? Have we been in Cove's house? I think we have, yeah. Cove had been rushing earlier today, too. His backpack was tossed on the couch without a thought. Damn, I thought we were going into his room today. No one had moved it since then. You can sit down or anything. I'm gonna look. He lifted his backpack and zipped it in a fluid motion. You were left to wait until he rooted around inside with an unexpected level of seriousness. You accepted his offer of hospitality and took it easy. This was actually starting to get to you now. It's just math homework. It wasn't possible to stop Cove on his quest, and you tried to relax in the meantime. Eventually, he sighed heavily. Cove's arm was still tucked away inside, but the search was over.
Sorry.
It was obvious there wasn't much of a chance Cove somehow had it this whole time, and you shrugged. That's all right. He dropped the backpack on the floor unceremoniously and spoke with a cautious tone.
Are you okay?
Is it? Are you really okay? I really am. I can get another copy. I can rewrite stuff. It was nice of you to ask about it. That's cool. I'm glad. Cove laughed lightly, and you noticed a small shake to it. He was clearly relieved that you were going to get through this. It was sweet. He had been more upset about the loss than you. I think it's Admiral. How you keep it together like this, and I need water. God, I'm like, just need to stop refilling this thing all the way to the top. Like, this thing's too heavy for me to pick up. You were flattered that he thought so. You were grateful towards him, or you silently accepted the praise. You were flattered. Oh? Cove was someone who you were close with. That's true. But you hadn't expected him to say you were Admiral. It was nice. The moment was interrupted by a piercing ring of the Holton's home phone. You wordlessly stared at one another with a raised brow. Cove's mouth formed a tiny frown. Kyra appeared from the hall on the far side of the living room, summoned by the noise.
Hey, yeah.
Hey, Cove. Hey, Sophia. I didn't know you were here. She strolled past, and your eyes followed her. Cove's mom answered the phone and giving a chipper greeting to whoever was on the other end. A few later, Kyra thanked the person and placed the phone down once more. Sophia, that was your mom. She says your stuff was in the car.
What?
Really? That's what I was told. Now I'm going to return to the guest room so you can have your privacy. Cove's face cycled from shock to sour as his mom made her escape laughing. He shook the interruption off and refocused on you. They got it. As you guessed, it wasn't going to be a big deal. At least we found it, because I had a situation. I had a situation kind of like it where I lost a bracelet my boyfriend gave me. And it... or my ex at this point. When I was in France, and the bracelet was known to fall off quite often, and so we looked through the entire house, the car, and whatever, and we just couldn't find it. And I went to a theme park that day, so I had to come to terms with I had lost it completely. And I was like, well, this sucks. And I was like, now I have to go tell him that I lost it. I was like, well, F. Which is half the reason why I don't like bracelets. Especially ones that come off easily. Because I also lost the bracelet my boyfriend gave me. I lose bracelets very easily. Yeah, it's like I don't realize when they fall off my wrist because I tend to wear them all the time. And it's just like, oh, it's suddenly gone and I can never find it. And I'm just like, oh. So I usually just wear necklaces. As you guessed, this wasn't going to be a big deal. They got it. Though I did cry when I a prospective homework did delete itself off my computer. I full-blown cried and my boyfriend had to help fix it. He was able to get it back and I was like, oh, thank goodness. Cove smiled at Crooked and shrugged one shoulder. We should probably head to your house. Your moms are probably wanting to talk to you. Yeah, my parents really care about me. They had even searched after you left because of all it worked out. Because of all of it, it all worked out. And Cove nodded in agreement. Cove, it means a lot that you stuck by me, thanks. He brightened up and smiled with sparkling eyes.
Don't worry about it.
I just gotta leave that one. While stepping towards the door together, there was a thought in your head, and you knew it was true. You were going to be there for one another with the smallest thing and when it came to the big things. Aww. And we're gonna do dinner. Escapade. I'm hoping that's what that actually fucking says, because I probably will say that wrong. Sunlight, after the Escapade one is, depending on how I feel, might be the last one. Because these things take me like an hour to get through. Because I'm slow. Sunlight shone through the windows as you sat in your living room, your home phone pressed to your ear, and Cove was on the other line. It had been shaping up to be an ordinary day like any other until Cove had called unexpectedly. He sounded unusually nervous greeting you. You listened silently as he kept talking, his words stilted. So, I was just, wondering, do you want to come over for my house for dinner tonight? The question came out strangely, almost like he rehearsed it a few times beforehand. Your eyes widened a little, and you hadn't expected this to be the reason behind the call. Yeah, I'll go. I can't. Oof. Or you kept listening. Yeah, I'll go.
That's,
It was... Huh? Oh. Oop. It seemed Cove had more to say, and you were interrupted. I think I said that before. I actually want to hear what he... You kept listening. Cove continued. His next words sounded rehearsed too, a tang with nervousness. My mom and dad, they really want you to be there. If your parents don't have a problem with it, they asked me to ask you. You took a moment to think. Dinner at home would be quiet and uneventful today. If you really wanted to, you could just go to Cove's instead. Cove spoke up again, breaking your train of thought. His voice was softer than before. Also, I want you to be there too. Can you come over, I mean? Yeah, I can come. I'll have to ask my moms and get back to you. No, I can't make it. Why am I the only one invited? Or did you mean my whole family? Yeah, I can come. Totally would be asking moms first, but yeah, I can come. Thanks, Sophia. I'll let them know when I can. He sounded noticeably relieved by your response. Was you coming over to dinner today that serious? He spoke to you a little while longer to explain what time to come over and other details, and then hung up. And that was that, for now anyway. Soon enough, the sun dipped out of the sky and evening came. It was time for you to head to Cove's house. After letting Elizabeth know you were leaving, she didn't even look away from the TV and just grunted and made a small noise. Or you made a small journey across the street. You knocked a couple of times on the heavy door to their condo. As you waited for an answer, you found yourself contemplating being a guest while both Cove's parents were there. It was exciting. You were apprehensive. The idea made you curious. You didn't think it would be especially interesting. You couldn't say you were thrilled. I guess it was exciting. Oh, the water. You had thought today was going to be boring, and it turned out to be much more interesting. You didn't get to do too much with your thoughts, though. The door opened soon enough. Cove's mom, Kyra, stood in the frame, smiling warmly at you.
Come on.
Hey, Sophia, welcome. Please come in. She opened the door wider, moving to make room. You stepped inside, allowing her to shut it behind you. Thank you so much for coming over. I know it was kind of last second. Thank you for having me.
Of course.
Just make yourself at home. It's not my home, but I've been giving permission to say that. Hey, Sophia. Welcome to our humble abode. You jerked your head towards the sound of Mr. Holton's voice. He waved at you briefly from the kitchen, with his back turned and a large spoon in hand. He said large spoon, and my brain went to, like a normal spoon, but then my brain also went to, we had this really, big, kind of spatula, like, not spatula, like big wooden spoon that we would use to make like the Gatorade mix for like football teams when me and my mom owned the concession building. We would make it in like those big tubs, and I got to be the one who mixed it. So it was like this giant wooden spoon you would like see, like, was it witches to turn their cauldron with? And I was like, I'm a witch! As I would be turning this thing. I hope you're hungry because I'm whipping up a lot of tasty stuff. True to his word, you heard something sizzling on the stove and you closed your eyes and inhaled. It smelled spicy and savory. Oh shit, spice. Oh no, no. I'm a white bitch. Everything's spicy. With Mr. Holton busy and Cove nowhere to be seen, it was just you and Kyra. And she gave you a wire. God damn it. I hate seeing that word and being like, how the fuck do I actually pronounce that shit? He sure is. While I've been barred from cooking the entire time I've been here. Can you believe that? She nudged you with an elbow, and Mr. Holton scoffed good-naturedly, and then spoke over his shoulder. You're on vacation, Kyra. You need to accept that already. She yelled back, amusement obvious on her face and in her tone. People can still cook when they're on vacation. Everyone's gotta eat. It's not like I'm a celebrity who can go out for every meal or hire a private chef.
Sorry.
Well, in this house, you're VIP. Let me give her the little diamond. She gets the diamond. None of you get the diamonds when I get them. Kyra gets it. Kyra smiled and shook her head quietly, and then she turned to face you once more.
Well.
Sorry about that, Sophia. Here I was, trying to strike up a conversation with you, and Cliff just had to butt in. I don't butt in. She eyed him, chuckling in disbelief. She pressed X to doubt. And he wasn't exactly disapproving her point with all that. Goes, it's mine. Is yours. Is yours. You shrimp. Oop, wrong thing. Kyra leaned over and whispered to you. It's okay. He likes to be included, but since Clifford insists on cooking all by himself, we'll have to wait, so the two of us can chat. I'm claiming them. You're gonna have to fight the guy that she's dating. Two of us can chat. Her next question continued to be said in a hushed tone, just to be safe. So, how are you doing? I'm doing good. I'm good. Things are okay. I'm not really sure. You didn't reply to her question. What guy? What? I don't know. What guy? I'm doing good. That's what I like to hear. She opened her mouth to say something more, but some lightly pounding footsteps caught your attention. You checked to see if Cove emerged from the hallway a few moments later. He might have heard all the commotion and left his room to see what was going on. He quickly took stock of the situation. His cheeks tinted pink at the sight of you standing in his living room, and his hand came up to rub his arm, almost bashfully. Sophia, you made it. Thanks for coming. Cove's voice was unnaturally loud as he thought you wouldn't be able to hear him from where you are, only a few feet away. Hi, Cove. How are you doing? Are you doing okay? Yeah, I'm fine. He didn't sound convincing at all. You narrowed your eyes suspiciously, but didn't call him out on it. If you could talk to him alone tonight, maybe you could ask him what was going on then. It was when you glanced away from Cove that you spotted his parents watching the two of you interact. Cove noticed their stares too, meeting them with narrowed eyes.
So...
Are we having dinner now? Not yet, bud. Still cooking. Alright. I'm gonna go back to my room. As he turned to leave, he bent his head to the side to face you. You coming? The question was quiet, and you heard it clearly, and you smiled, pleased that he asked, and you nodded in affirmatively. Damn it. Cove turned fully and made his way down the hall. Have fun, you two. We'll call you when the food is ready to go. With that, you followed after Cove, and the two of you made your way down the hall. This was the first time you're seeing Cove's. The first time you were invited to see Cove's room. You had visited Cove's room before, but only rarely. Going over to Cove's room was standard occurrence nowadays. Well, technically, it's our first time seeing Cove's room. Boop. Cove got to the door first and opened it. Stepping inside, you joined him. And here you go. This is what this boy's room looks like. There was a mat on the floor in front of the door. As you stepped over the threshold into his room, you felt a crunch of sand beneath your feet. You glanced down and sand was clustered around the entrance. You even spotted a smaller amount of it dusting across the room floor. Although you hadn't anticipated it, you weren't surprised at the sight. Of course, Beach Boy Cove Holton would have his room all sandy. So this is my room. Cove was a bit shy as he said so, fidgeting with the hem of his shirt, using one hand to vaguely gesture to the space with the other. There's stuff you can sit on if you want. You look over to the desk chair as an option, and when you turned back, Cove was already sitting on the edge of his large bed. Are you trying to make your own beach with all the sand? It's nice. Thank you for letting me come over. You weren't sure what to do.
Not really.
No. But it'd be cool if I could, though. You couldn't help but recalling a long time ago, Cove explained his childhood home would be something located right on the shore of the beach. Admittedly, that idle thought still had an appeal for him. It made you smile thinking about it. You didn't sit anywhere, you sat down on the chair, or you sat next to Cove on his bed. Sit on the bed. Daddy Cairo is not here. As soon as you sat next to him, Cove grew intense. His back went stiff as he ducked his head away. Trying to smile a trembling smile.
Oh my god.
Oh my gosh! I think I enjoy a little too much having this boy just blush and freak out. Shh. I'm not going to totally replay it.
Oh my god.
He said under his breath, as he didn't want you to hear, "You obviously did, and easily, since you were right beside him." You were nervous about that. You smiled, comforting him. You chuckled over it, where you felt very charmed by his reaction. He raised an eyebrow, and you both kept noticing each other's every movement. You only shrugged back. It's nothing, don't worry about it. You're like an open book. You know that. You're such a sweet guy, Cove. You are adorable. Oh my gosh, there's so many on. You are adorable.
What?
I didn't realize he was.
What?
Clearly, he didn't expect the compliment, and somehow his flush grew worse, spreading all the way down his neck as he fumbled for words. I'm not. That's. He gripped the blanket underneath him, searching for something more to say. Did you see my fish? I got some in the tank, right there. Cove threw both of his hands in front of him to direct your eye towards his pets. He was trying pretty poorly to change the subject, that much was clear. You decided to show him mercy and allow it. You started to watch the bright fish swim. There was a bunch of it. Floating to and fro in the open space, they stood out starkly against the green aquarium plants. How long have you had those fish?
I guess.
My dad bought them not very long after I moved here. I guess it's been years now? My brother killed all our fish. Wow, that's a long time. You peered carefully into the tank. The fish looked to be doing well. He must have taken good care of them. Most of them were small, but there was this one especially big one. What's their names? I don't name them. Well, not really. You lifted an eyebrow at that. He continued the explanation sheepishly.
I mean...
Mostly, I call them things based on what they look like. Squirt for the small one, tangerine for the really orange one, that sort of thing. I have a lot of fish, and I'm not good at coming up with names. That sounds funny. You found it surprising. You found it relatable. Found it funny? Who knew that it was a weakness of his? It was an entertaining revelation. Oh, a couple of them have other types of names. He pointed to the small orangish red fish. It was minding its own business away from the others. Oh, I need some water. My dad named her Dreamcatcher, and that other one's name is Mark. Oh, hi, Mark. My mom came up with that one. Cope smiled to himself. His eyes reflected the glow from the tank. You let other people name your fish?
It's nice.
Then he turned to you, tilting his head to his side, and there was a considering look on his face. Do you want to name one? Ooh, we want to name a fish? Yeah, I do. Can I? No thanks. Yeah, I do. His smile grew a little at your enthusiasm. Cool. There was a few that don't have names right now. The newer ones. You can pick one which you want to name. He pointed to the recent acquisition? quizzy. Well, fuck it. Out of view. The first was the smallest fish in the tank. It was a completely orange and zipped all over the place, running laps around the others. The second that was slightly bigger, red, and its tail was dotted with black spots that almost resembled freckles. The last fish was the biggest. It was a multicolored scales rippled under the bright lights that as it slowly made its way across the vast expanse. You went with the smallest fish, the medium fish, or the biggest fish. Oh, itchy nose, itchy nose. Oh, I love that my model freaks out anytime I drink water. Water. Alright. Guess what? I'm terrible at names. Cove nodded at your answer, waiting for you to decide on a suitable name. You watched the fish you choose closely. As you did, you name that eventually came to you. Frank, Sunbeam, Gil, Sophia, Cove. Or type in your own answer. Type in your own answer. Bubble. Name it Bubble. Bubble. Shh. I feel like I should name this one Kara. Wait a minute. Who was at Caro's stream earlier. Fish named Fish. Should I? Or Caroline? Or Flo's it? I can do that. It's Cara. Maybe. No, it's Karen. Caroline. Yeah. Sup? Hi! Hi, Jelly Cube. Thanks for the follow earlier. Yeah, I think I might just go with that one. Too bad I don't think I can name all of them. Alright, it's Low Tie Zed. How are you, Jelly? Well, Jelly has appeared out of nowhere. Oh no! But welcome. With that, his attention moved from you to the tank as he peered fondly at it and its inhabitants. You smiled proudly at Flow Tie Zed as it swam through the tendrils of plants, disappearing and then reappearing soon after. You noticed Cove, then the Cove. Flower because some streamers too sleep to remember. Then noticed that Cove was sitting closer to you than he was before. He must have scooted over at some point during the conversation. This close Your shoulders were almost brushing against each other. Your heartbeat picked up a little bit at the realization. Are you a cookie? Yeah, I am a cookie. This is my cookie model. I like it a bit more because it has a bit more movement than my original, which I kind of need to ask Haro for if I can possibly get it re-rigged. Or I might just redraw it. Hey, stop eating me. And my V-Roid model doesn't have a mouth, so don't eat the cookie. Cove is such a cutie, but he does not look like a middle schooler. I think people don't draw children at like the right age a lot. I see it mostly with like babies or like stories that involve like people growing up. Like they always draw them at the wrong time, and I'm like, I'm pretty just watching children grow up all the time. I'm like, this doesn't happen until later, or like they're too small. I can't hear you over the munching of the cookie. Hey, flamingo. Beating me. Bro, my brain went to cookie. Oh, jelly. Brushed against each other. Your heartbeat picked up a little bit at the realization. You know, I'm not allowed to have pets in my house, not even fish. Yeah, like I kind of let it just like kind of blow through because I'm like, most of the time people won't know. Please send help. I'm going to a very horny gym. Oh. Horny. Oh no. Oh no. If I can get my stupid emotes to fucking work. Do I have a bonk emote anymore? Ooh, ooh, ooh. I don't, but I have this one. When did they add this one? I don't have a bonk emote. Fishes are not pets. Change mode. I was thinking... Oh gosh. What was me? You know I'm not allowed to have... Oh, I read that. The corners of Cove's lips turned down at that. That doesn't sound fair. Cooking milk. It's not like fish would make much sense. Would make a mess of your house or anything. Well, if you spilled the tank water, you could just take care of their tank and feed them. They'll be okay. Right? My mom's can be strict over the weirdest things sometimes. I don't mind it too much. I get it. Because fish. They're old enough that they're in middle school. They trust Elizabeth and me to go around the neighborhood alone, but then they won't allow us to have a pet. It doesn't make sense. Maybe when you're older they'll let you? I don't know. They seem pretty against it. The first sends me meeting a new streamer and I'm already making it. Oof. It didn't work again, Kalo. I don't know. They seem pretty against it. Your current conversation brought to mind a memory of him a few years ago. You launched into it without any warning, and you earned a brief confusion look from Cove. Imagine feeling too emo. One time, Elizabeth came back from playing at the beach, just shut herself in her room. She only came down for food, and then she ran back upstairs straight after. It was kind of weird, and my moms didn't think much of it at first, though. But then, that night, Mom went into her room to say goodnight and started screaming. Mom and I ran over to see what happened, and Lizzie had this huge lizard in her arm. Cove's eyebrows rose at that, and then he leaned forward in interest.
Really?
A lizard? Where did it come from? Elizabeth said she saw a half buried in the sand and didn't know what it was. She pulled it out and got an answer, so she brought it home. She hid the lizard in the room for most of the day because she wanted to keep it. Mom and Ma were not happy. They were worried about putting it out during the nights, but she was going to have to let it go in the morning. Lizzie was really upset, and she didn't bring it back to the beach. She did bring it back to the beach eventually, but she wouldn't talk to anyone for days. When she did get over it, it was almost like it never happened. You laughed thinking back to the time. Elizabeth had always been stubborn. When she was younger, she forgot the grudges quickly, but now it wasn't so easily. I just want to spam my little monkey boy. Cove was quiet for most of the story. Apart from the reveal of the lizard, he had a thoughtful look on his face. Oh my gosh. Just the horde of them. Flamingo. I can't imagine what it's like to have a sibling. You gave a serious thought to his statement before you told him. It's fun, it has its up and downs. You're lucky to be an only child. It's a nice idea in general, but my sister is Elizabeth. I said too fast. Both are fine, but it's just the fact is it's like da 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 da. I didn't realize you could. You change them? Or does that person have two different animated emotes? I don't know how animated emotes work. So, welcome back. It has its up and down. They are two different ones, one faster, one slower. Okay. But my sister is Elizabeth is the most sibling answer I know. It's like, but I have a bitch. It's fun to have her there when she wants to be there, but Elizabeth barely feels like hanging out with me. Cove pursed his lips at the words, considering them quietly for a while.
Cool.
That's interesting. I think your family is cool. He didn't have much else to say, though. While the topic of your family was considered, your relationships with your moms, too. They were the best. You got along with your moms. You thought your moms were okay. You found your moms difficult to deal with. Dude, they're the best. You couldn't even consider having another option. You couldn't have better parents. A thought stuck to you and your attention suddenly settled back on Cove. Yeah, my mom's might not let Elizabeth or me have pets and stuff, but at least they never tried to pay someone to be my friend. Oh, oh, we're going there. Oh no. Oh no. You grinned over at Cove. It had been years since he found out about your first meeting with his dad, so it was easy to joke about these days. Cove tossed his head back over the overly dramatic way and sighed heavily. I almost forgot about that. Really?
No way.
Not really. No, not really. I'll never be able to forget about that actually happened for the rest of my life. It's going to humiliate that word me forever. God damn it, words. I'm really sorry about what happened, Cove. And then I'm really sorry since I'm going to bring it up forever. Yeah, I get why that's embarrassing. You laugh, you stay quiet. Then I'm sorry because I'm going to bring it up forever. Maybe I'll offer to pay you $20 so you stop reminding me about it. You barked out laughing, not expecting Cove to join in on kidding. A small, tiny, amused smile curled along his lips at your reaction. Time passed, but you really didn't notice. The two of you were busy making plans for the rest of the summer, chatting about your respective days. Eventually, you heard a muffled holler from a different part of the house. You and Cove raised your heads in unison.
Oh.
It's time for dinner. Cove watched the firmly shut door as he'd been locked behind for most of the night, and he didn't make a move to get up from the bed. You couldn't see his face, so you didn't know what expression he was wearing. I'm glad you came. Cove peeked back at you from the side. It's been awkward. I get that. It's been hard on you, huh? You felt... God damn it, it's this word today is not agreeing with me. Oh, and this would have been the scene before we were joking about the $20 is when he would find out as a teen. If you didn't do it as a kid. That was rough. You didn't know what he was going through, but you cared about it. Cove said nothing else and remained sat where he was. Now would be a good time as any to ask him why his parents so suddenly wanted you to come over. Is there a reason why they wanted me to come over tonight? Or you kept quiet? It hasn't been awkward for just me. Sometimes it gets like this, with no one else around, but now you're here. Huh, you hadn't considered that, but sort of made sense in a way. I would like to eat the cookie. No, not the cookie. My vessel. I need my cookie. But you could imagine what they were. Oh, there was another shout from outside, too muffled to actually know what the words. But you can imagine what they were. Let's go. Cove finally got up, lumbering away from his shoulder sagged as you followed after him. She would taste so good. I know, but no. No, not my cookie. My cookie. Together, the two of you made your way back to the living room. As expected, Co's parents were politely waiting for you at the kitchen table, beside the window overlooking the back of the house. No! No! Not my cookie! I've been... Besides the window, food had been prepared and set. Mr. Holton beamed at you and Cove and took your place. I hope everyone's hungry. I cooked up a feast.
Yeah.
I know I am. Yeah. Just can milk it. The little emotes. Cove mumbled a response. It wasn't nearly as upbeat as theirs. His parents didn't notice or pretend not to. Mr. Holton instead looked at you, grinning.
Thanks.
Let's all take a moment to thank our special guest for being with us here tonight. I'm so glad you were able to make it, Sophia, and on such short notice, too. You thanked Cove's parents for inviting you. You didn't say anything. You felt awkward about the situation. Thank them. I'm happy to be here. Thank you both for inviting me.
All right.
Well, that's that. Everyone, please dig in. You can help yourself to the food. Upon his encouragement, you look over to the meal spread out in front of you. There was a large garden salad at the center, surrounded by various Mexican dishes, and there was a lot of sides and optional sauces to add. You were happy about the options. You could work with this. You weren't exactly a fan, or this kind of surprised you. Ooh, water. I'll just say it, please. You love Mexican food. There was so many dishes to choose from, and you were practically drooling. Ooh, food. My computer's low on battery, and I'm trying to plug in the goddamn charger, and it's in. Cool. Eat Mexican. You have to be happy. Haha, your emote didn't work again. Do you think, I think all the emotes you have put so far have worked. I think it's just from him. Maybe his emotes just don't work. Utensils and plates scraped and clinked together as the group began to fill their plates. Cliff, could you pass the salsa verde? Of course.
Thanks.
Thank you. Let me just say, you really outdid yourself tonight. I'm so jealous. I'm jealous of what? Your cooking is nothing to sneeze at, Kyra. Yeah, Kenji. Whee! I'm on Luigi. Oh god, I didn't do that right. Cove's parents made small talk, filling in the silence what seemed to be barely any effort. You chimed in as well. Did it take you a long time to cook this, Mr. Holton? Not at all. Sure, this is more than I usually make for me and Cove, but I enjoyed every second of it.
Aha.
Might have gone faster if you had some help, though. Cove's mom grumbled, but it was lighthearted, and Mr. Holton chuckled and shook his head. Not this again. I made rules here because I say guests don't cook. Even if they're staying for literally weeks.
Come on.
Even then. Oh shoot, did Kyra say that? Did I mess that up? Yeah, even if they're staying for literal weeks.
Come on.
Everything looks great, Dad, as always. Thanks, Sport. Glad you think so. Cove smiled. It was genuine, even if it was strained at the corners. Brief silence intersected even small talk. Oop, that one worked. You piled some food on your plate, waiting for your turn if someone served themselves a dish you had an eye on. Those worked. Once the food had been divided and things settled down, Co's parents started talking again. They don't work on your phone? Ooh. Now then. You sat up in your seat when you noticed they were both looking at you, but it doesn't like laptop. That is weird. You always gotta be the mobile app that messes with things. Oh. Oh wait, no, never mind. That was just my computer. You sat up in your seat when you noticed they were both looking at you.
How's it going?
How's everything been over at your house? Are your moms well? You've been keeping busy this summer, or maybe you're just trying to take it easy during the break? You felt overwhelmed with a sudden rush of questions you were more than happy to answer. You were surprised, but didn't mind the interest. You felt uncomfortable with the attention. It's like, no, please stop. I can answer. I'm usually pretty good about if someone asks me a question, I'm usually like, yeah, I can give you an answer. Co's parents seemed honestly interested in to hear from you, and you were kind of flattered at the attention. You answered how things were going, you answered how your moms are doing, or you mentioned how summer was. You mentioned how things were going at your house. It's been good, is what you said, but you didn't mean it. It's alright, it's not great. I'd rather not talk about it. It's been good.
Fantastic.
Oh, that's wonderful. You told them about how your moms were doing. My moms are great, my moms are fine. They're the same as always. You should ask my parents about it yourself. My moms are great. My mom took us out for dessert a couple weeks ago since your project went really well. Is that so? I have to congratulate her when I see her. You mentioned the things you've done this summer. I'm not sure where to start. There was so much happening. You should know what I've been up to since so much of it included your family. I haven't really done much. Mr. Halton laughed loudly and short as you caught him off guard with that. Fair point. And that was all your questions answered. Kyra nodded along, and you could tell Mr. Halton is so hot on him. Here. There you go. You could tell she was actually listening to your words and words you were saying. She tried to include you and not humor you. You know, Cliff, Sophia's really into writing. Mr. Holton's face lit up. He stopped eating and leaned forward, his arms braced against the table.
Nice work.
Oh, that's right. Very cool. It's just a hobby. I'm pretty serious about it. It's not a big thing. Hobby. There's nothing wrong with that. It's good to do things for fun. Everyone needs a hobby. I've been thinking about picking up wood carving myself. You couldn't tell how serious he was being about that declaration. Thanks. Co's parents were definitely the encouraging type, but you could already tell that much about them. There was a lull in the conversation as everyone focused their attention on their respective plates. You noted, not for the first time, that Co's parents were the ones guiding the conversation. You wondered if you should break the silence this time. You your own topic of conversation, or you left the coming conversation topic just them. I would actually do this in real life because I'm terrible unless like I think something up, but usually I stay pretty quiet. But you I also like other things. Would you like to tell us more?
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. They looked eager, genuinely eager for you to keep talking, so you did. The rest of the meal continued just like that, with light conversation as you ate your meal. Eventually, all the dishes on the kitchen table were pretty much gone. Ooh. Kara set down her fork and rested her arms at her side, letting loose a satisfied sigh as her plate was completely empty.
Thanks.
That was delicious. Thank you for your culinary creation, Cliff. There you go. You get him blushing. I gift you with this, Kalo, a blushing man. Mr. Holton was like a flower soaking up the rays of the sun. He beamed, flattered by praise. You ate too much. You ate until you were satisfied. You tried to not eat too much, even though it was good. You ate until satisfied. It had taken you some time to finish it all, but eventually you cleared your plate. Cove successfully kept his presence to the minimum for the full meal. He was slumped over now, toying with the silverware. His parents practically only talked to you. Most attempts to entice him to join the conversation failed. It wasn't typically for him to say so little. At least he tried to participate. You didn't get much time to contemplate Cove's situation because your attention was taken by Mr. Holton pointedly clearing his voice. Not to sound like a broken record, but thanks for coming, Sophia. I'm glad we finally got the chance to have you over for a real dinner.
What?
What? Did I hear that right? Is this the first time Sophia's had dinner here? In the world have you invited her over sooner? Cove was always the one going over to Sophia's house until now. I mean, how was I supposed to reject the generous offer of the Layton family to host my kid? Has this guy just been eating alone? Kyra shook her head. The amused smile she smiled she was sporting told you that she wasn't actually mad. This guy, honestly. Yes, Cove? The three of you looked at Cove in unison, his small sound being more than enough to get his attention after his silence, but now he stopped fiddling with his fork.
I mean...
Would it be alright for Sophia to stay over, like, for the night? He shot you a shy glance, smiling a little. If you're cool with that. Mr. Holton's shoulders stiffened. He sat up straighter, his eyes darted back and forth between you and Cove. His mouth opened. The dad looks lame compared to the mom. Good thing Daddy Caro's not here because the boy just asked me to stay over. You and Cove. His mouth opened, but not a peep came out. You'd never seen Cove's dad say no to him before, but this was different than the usual quest and wasn't so simple. Mr. Holton was lost. Wait, what did I miss something? No, okay. Then Ko's mom reached out and took a hold of his shirt collar. She pulled him closer. She glanced at you before leaning in and bringing up a hand in front of their faces. The two adults whispered seriously to each other. Ko's eyes opened wider. He leaned forward as if that would help him overhear the parents' conversation. Mr. Holton kept gesturing with his hands and Kyra made sure he didn't get too far away with his movements. Every now and then, they both would watch you and Cove out of the corner of their eyes. It didn't seem like they were fighting to you. They seemed like more like tiny sports team having a private huddle. After a little bit, they broke the powwow and they moved back to sit properly in their chairs. You snuck a look over at Cove and he stared at them expectantly. You were eager to hear their verdict too. Kyra and I think that should be fine, but... He lifted a finger dramatically. His brow was raised as he met Cove's gaze and then your own. We have to talk to Sophia's parents to make sure they are comfortable with it. If they are, we can arrange sleepover to happen on a different night, when everyone is more prepared. If Sophia's folks don't like the idea, there's nothing we can do. He finished the mini speech with a wide shrug using his full arms. He also checked out Kyra from the corner of his eye and gave her a crooked smile. She nodded approvingly and grinning back. You thought you saw her give a little thumbs up, but her hand was partly blocked by the table. They looked pleased with themselves over the answer, but they just passed the actual decision on whatever it was alright or not to someone else, namely your parents. If it was a sports game, they would have punted the ball away. Cove hung his head deflated. He had hoped you could stay over today, and not some hypothetical time in the future. You gave him some words of encouragement. You pat his back. I'll sneak the phone into my room tonight, or hey, you could always sneak into my room again. Or you pouted about it too. Daddy Kyra's not here. Cove's eyes sparkled at the suggestion. You wouldn't be surprised to have him knocking on your window sometimes. Though was likely still would have without the invite. With that, dinner came to an end. Mr. Holton stood up on the table and beginning collecting the empty plates. Cove was asked to help out, which he did with a little fuss. Kyra tried to lend a hand as well, however, Mr. Holton didn't let her. It seemed she was barred from cleaning as well as cooking. You weren't allowed to chip in either, since you were there as declared as a guest of honor. Although the meal was over, the night wasn't. It looked like you weren't going home just yet, after all. Shifting in my chair. You were asked to wait on the couch. While Cove and his dad cleaned up the mess, Kyra disappeared down the hall after shooting you a wink. Wink. It was strange sitting by yourself while everyone else had something to do. Luckily, you weren't alone for too long. After a couple minutes, Ko's mom returned with a deck of cards in hand. She strolled into the room confidently while shuffling. So, who's up for a few rounds? Cove and his dad looked over their shoulder at the question. They were mutually intrigued by the cards in hand. Yes, card games. Card games. She beamed at their expressions and stepped further into the room, ignoring the couches. She sat cross-legged on the floor by the coffee table. She turned to you and gestured at the space beside her, smiling invitingly. You accepted followed her lead. The living room carpet was soft through the hardwood floor underneath. Could definitely still be felt. Kyra did an overhand shuffle while she waited for the others to finish their task. The smile had yet to leave her lips.
Great.
This is gonna be good. You were excited, you were nervous, you were bored, you were kind of ignored, or you enjoyed her enthusiasm. I was excited. Card games. You enjoyed card games, and it would be fun to play with Cove and his parents. It didn't take much longer for Cove and his dad to wrap up things enough to call it good. Cove's dad appeared first, followed closely behind Cove. Mr. Holton rubbed his hands together in anticipation. All right, I'm ready. As he took a seat across from you on the floor, you noticed that Cove hadn't joined him. He went straight down the hall and said, without even a word. You stared confused as he disappeared through his bedroom door. Cove's parents didn't look concerned at the stunt. Kyra nonchalantly split the card deck into two, rippling the halves together while offering an explanation of sorts. Cove doesn't keep his wallet with him when he's home. He puts it away. What? Cove quickly returned to the living room, a black wallet in hand, and he took a place at the foot of the table with the rest of you. You blinked as Cove unzipped his wallet. You all use real money on card games with family? While you sat there, your hands idly in your lap, the three shot one another to size each other up.
Yeah.
That's right. $5 per round per person. Winner takes all. Go big or go home. Oh? Are you planning of kicking... Oops. I need water. Are you planning kicking Sophia to the curb, or do you intend donating to the guest of honor's pot, Mr. High Roller? Mr. Holton narrowed his eyes, leaning back against the side of the couch, completely at ease.
No worries.
If Sophia wants to play, I'll fund her in a way. Don't you worry about it. He rests an arm on the top of knee propped up. Cove's dad was acting all slick in a way you've never seen before. You appreciate the offer. You joked that he shouldn't be so confident. You felt awkward in the situation. Surely, in this way, was pretty appealing? You ignored it. Joke with them. Are you sure? Adding me could spell your doom. Right you are, Sophia. I hope you can back that attitude up. I know I can, Kyra. You could let me pay for Sophia. She's my friend. Mr. Holton grinned a chuckle.
Good kid.
All right, bud. I can concede. You're too polite for me. Well, you got your ticket. Interested in throwing it in? You glanced around, seeing this seems like serious business. In response to their consideration, Kyra softened her competitive smile. Don't worry too much. We're probably just gonna do some rounds of goldfish tonight. No biggie.
Do you mind?
What do you think? You join or you watch? Fucking join. Gambling. Ooh. I suck at it. I'd love to play. Mr. Holton gave you a thumbs up while Cove nodded firmly back. You're really good at goldfish. You were decent. You left it all to luck. You were always bad at goldfish. Shh. I give myself the skills to win everything. Woo! Because I can't in real life. Sad. You usually won when you were playing with your own family. To the point, Elizabeth refuses to play that game with you anymore. Fantastic. We played for however long everyone wants to keep going, or until people start running out of cash. But still refusing to quit while they're behind. Speak for yourself, I see. With a laugh, Kyra nudges you with an elbow and motions towards the other two with her chin. Don't be fooled by their soft faces. These boys are sharks. In a reaction to the words, Mr. Holton smirks and Cove's eyebrows become more angled. Kyra's phrasing made you think back when you were young, specifically of Mr. Holton's favorite shark pants that he used to wear all the time. Perhaps they've been fit for him in a way you didn't know of. You could feel the tension in the air. Cove and his parents glued their eyes to another, and then all placed a $5 bill in an empty space in front of them. Cove dropped an extra one for you, and giving you a tiny smile after he did. Once this was done, Kyra began dealing out cards to everyone. This time, it was time to begin. The first round came and went, with the group getting into the groove of things. You won right away, which meant you had the money to keep playing the second round. You're a natural. Nicely done. You better keep those wits for you the next round, though. As the night went on, so did the games. Mr. Holton would jokingly shake his fist whenever someone other than him got a pair. Kyra would act as the news anchor, reporting on everyone's moves made by speaking into her curled fist. Cove was still a few words, but now it was because he focused on the game instead of being overcome with awkwardness. Most of the time, you even spotted a smile on it, yeah. Hello, Cookie Cream. Hi, I am back. Welcome back. Currently playing Goldfish with gambling. Ha. You won quite a few games to your delight, and you had a hefty money pile on your the side of the table. Goldfish? Yeah, goldfish. Or no, go fish, not goldfish. Not the snack. Speaking of snacks, I kind of want snacks. I don't know what goldfish is. It's a card game. Pretty much everyone gets, like, I think it's 7 cards, and what you have to do is you have to get all cards out of your hand, but you have to make pairs. All I know is the joke about you have fish. But essentially, if the person you ask doesn't have the card that you ask them, they say go fish, and you have to pick from the pile. And essentially it just keeps going on until the first person gets out. We're just playing it with money. To your delight, and you had a... Yeah, I read that. Okay. You must regret paying Sophia's way in now, huh? No way. Sophia might beat me, but she's also beating you two. Cove turned to you and smiled. Pleased with your ability to match his mom and dad. You grinned at him, touched by his speedy comeback. It became clear that where the money went in the moment didn't really matter. They had end up giving it back to one another in a way, and not through more rounds of cards. You sat back, looked over the scene. A tiny smile grew on your face. Cove's family was pretty cool, you thought. Sounds like a normal game. What is this? The ultimate universe where God exists. No, let's play some Monopoly and break ties with everyone. I can't play Monopoly with my family because they don't tell me when I don't pay attention very well. So when they land on my space, I don't realize. And they don't tell me, and they just keep skipping, and I'm somehow I'm the first one to go bankrupt because I don't realize that they're landing on my space. Dumb little cookie. Yeah, very stupid at certain times. Really good at puzzle games, but really stupid when it comes to certain other things. Don't worry, you'll get better. Yep. You were glad you had gotten this chance to come over and spend time with the three of them. Oh, that was it. Your little chocolate chip. You play. Alright, I think this one will be the last one. Last little story. And then next time I will do that and the prologue. Ooh. You looked up, noticed the sun was finally setting, and you've been trying to delay the end of the day as long as possible. The evening breeze tickled your nose as you sat on your front porch munching on fresh watermelon slices. Well, you're done with the stream? Not yet. Usually these little stories will take an hour. And so I'll probably go on for another hour, and then after this complete story is done, because this game is essentially just little stories as you're growing up. So once this one's done, I think I will probably call it, because I was not taking care of my voice. Damn cute little emotes. Yeah, they're from Caroline Necromancer, my little friend, who's my mod, who was in here earlier, but I think she had a doctor's appointment, so she left early. I read that. Drink water. I have it sitting on my lap now. The snack made you happy? Oh my gosh, I can eat an entire watermelon. You thought watermelon was just okay. You were eating it because it was summer tradition. Fuck yeah, I can eat the entire watermelon. Oh, I didn't read the last one. Yep, oh well. You picked up another slice. Even though you already had dinner, you were still delighted to make room for watermelon. What will you play after What will you play after this one, though? This entire game? Shit. I don't know. I could boot up probably one of the other dating sims and just do that. Or, if I have my capture card set up. No, I am not playing that game on here. No. 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 Not that one. Trying to get the... My achievements won't, unlock. So I'm like not too keen on getting achievements because I can't figure out why they won't unlock. Yeah, F. Even though I'm like, I'm pretty sure that I got them. Room for watermelon. A cove, my sweet boy. You turned to look at Cove. The both of you had been sitting comfortably in silence for a while. He sat next to you, close enough to your shoulders to touch. He was happily absorbed in his thoughts in his own slice of watermelon. Chuckling, you watched as his face twisted in discomfort and he had to stop chewing to spit out his seed into the bush. You shook your head in approval. Ew! You did the same thing and spat into the bush. I bet I can spit a seed farther than you. Pray to get the cream pie achievement. Yeah, that game's just weird. I probably will just like... I don't know. I think I just might get like all the CGIs or something if I do go back to it and endings. But other than that, like, I can't do the achievements because I don't know which one I have unlocked and which one I don't. Immediately, you shove the majority of your watermelon slice into your mouth to get a seed to prove your point. Well, I'm gonna go back. I'm gonna go play some EF2 now. Bye! Bye, Jellycube! Thanks for dropping by. To prove your point. As soon as you could, you sent a seed sailing into the middle of the street. Did you see that, Cove? Cove bursted into laughter that slowed into a wide grin. You could tell he was equally parts of surprise and impressed. Can you do that again? I don't see where it landed. Of course I can. You popped another seed into your mouth as you focused on where the last one ended. Setting the seed free, you got it to go even further this time.
Not bad.
Not bad? You had to chuckle again. It takes a lot of focus to stay looking serious, not trying to break into laughter yourself. I'd like to see you try. I will. Cove took a mouthful of watermelon. His face grimaced when he had a seed. Then his expression morphed into a focused one as he sent the seed flying, landing in a similar spot to yours. Wait, you got to do two. I get another try. Rip my internet, so bye-bye, back to my phone now. Oh no, your emails. He spoke before you could even comment on his non-victory. His determination got you to laugh. He quickly sent another closer to where your second landed. It seems we're evenly matched for now.
Yeah.
Yeah, for now. For the next several minutes, you both kept carving seeds from your slice and giggled at the ridiculousness of the competition. Eventually, a truce was called, and you both went back to eating the neglected watermelon flesh. I wonder if I'll have another slice after this one. That's your third already. Is it bad? It tastes so really good. You bumped his shoulder with your shoulder. Unable to resist, you knocked the mostly finished slice out of his hand. Oh, you smiled at him. No, it's alright. It's definitely bad. You sighed affectionately. I just want to kind of see what this one looks like. If a slice is going to make you happy, it will. Then go ahead, I'm not stopping you. He picked up another slice and smiled at you delighted. A little while later, Cove flinched, making a confused sound, and he slowly put down his slice down on the plate next to him. Are you okay? Yeah. He stood up, head tilted back to look at the sky. His feet took him to the middle of the street. Did you notice anything? Oh, that was him, wasn't it? Did you notice anything? What do you mean? And I'm cold again. Great. Putting my jacket back on. I thought I felt a raindrop. The sun's still out. You put down your watermelon slice and hopped off your front step. Immediately, you felt a tap of water on the crown of your head, making you yelp. You're right! Oh. Cove was still staring at the sky as you watched as he began to blink more rapidly. When he finally turned in your direction, his face was bemused. It's a sun shower. It seemed crazy, but as soon as you couldn't avoid the drops, it began to increase into a light shower. Booming with laughter, Cove kicked off his shoes towards the front door, reveled in the moment. You were excited, you hid from the rain, you were annoyed at the sun and sprinkle. It felt kind of special to you. Excited. I love rain. Hey. You closed your eyes and threw your head back and letting the rain shower over you. The cool drops felt so right after a warm of the day. Feeling energized, you ran over to Cove and laughing at how soaked he already was. Not that he cared because he was busy spinning in the middle of the street. Following his lead, you spun yourself until you were dizzy. Suddenly, as the sprinklings started, it stops. And you left you dripping and with the smell of wet asphalt and soil tickled your nose. Cove caught your eyes, running a hand through his wet hair, combing it back. He frowned.
Aww.
It's over. The drops of rain clinged to his face, almost if he could have mistaken for tears. He sounded that disappointed. Well, it was fun. I wish it lasted longer. I had enough rain for one summer day. You didn't say anything, or you were charmed by Cove. There was still a spark of amusement danced in his eyes from the sun shower, and you couldn't help but smile from ear to ear. What? Nothing. Just thinking how fast you committed to getting soaked. He chuckled bashfully. Yeah, it was pretty cool. And then you looked over to the door and sighed. You knew Mom was going to be happy to see you trailing water into the house. Cove rubbed his arm awkwardly. He must have been thinking the same thing because he watched you sympathetically.
It's okay.
You can dry off at my house if you want. My parents won't mind. Thanks, I'll do that. You're the sweetest guy I know. I don't want to cause trouble. I'm fine. Thanks. It's not a big deal. It is. I could already hear Ma crying over my wet footprints being all over the hall. Yeah. It would be bad to put a damper on today. He chuckled at his little pun. Cove led you inside and you stayed close to him. We have a ton of spare towels. I just got to dig them out of the hall closet. Thank you for doing this. What should I do? I think I'm going to need to borrow some clothes from you too. Cove didn't have any towels yet, and he came back into eye shot so you can see him stare at you flat and rolled his eyes. Huh. Don't you think my clothes might be kinda big? You laughed and let him go. I'm not joking. It's nice to borrow a shirt. Give me the fucking shirt. He raised an eyebrow, and a tiny frown paired with a blush appeared on his face. Give it to me. I mean, if you're serious, I'm gonna go dry off my stuff off. I could get something for you. Thanks, Kev. Make that boy blush. Blush. With that, Cove disappeared and returned in no time. He wasn't making much eye contact, but had towels in hand and plus what seemed to be one of his pajama shirts. It was bright pink with a dark brown seashell pattern all over. You were certain that it looked great on him. So, well, here it is. I hope that works. Thanks. You accepted both the towel and the shirt, and you wrapped the cloth around your neck temporarily and took a trip to his bathroom to change. The shirt was old but very soft, and you already felt more comfortable just thinking about having it on instead of your current damp attire. You let your shirt over the shower curtain rod to dry, and you pat yourself down with a towel and slipped Cove's shirt on. Daddy Caro's not here. You wrapped your arms around your torso. The change didn't completely fix your predicament, but it was definitely an improvement. Even if it was kind of off-fitting, you could make it work. And you couldn't deny that it was a little bit thrilling to wear a piece of his clothing. Ooh, you almost couldn't believe that it was true. Not wanting to keep Cove waiting, you promptly returned to the living room where he looked up to greet you after hearing you come back down the hall. How did it go? Is it good? It looks good. What? Really? Water. He chuckled a broken laugh, unsure of what the proper thing to say about the situation was. Keeping eye contact was even more of a challenge for him than before. I think so. You wear it well. I can barely tell if it really was yours and that it's mine. You got the impression that just as you felt some excitement at wearing his clothes, he was having a similar reaction to seeing you in it. Thanks, Cove.
You're welcome.
A sudden call caught both of your attentions. Ooh, I thought I heard voices. Cove's mom strolled into the living room with a curious grin.
Huh?
What happened here? You're both wet. There was a sun shower. Badass. Cove smiled at his parent. We came inside to dry off. My mom doesn't want me to go into my house when I'm wet.
Right.
So I told Sophia she can come back here. That's very sweet of you, baby. She ruffled Cove's wet hair and laughed at the drops of water that shook off of it. Then a light came to Kyra's eyes.
What do you think?
Oh, I know what this one is about now. I have an idea. Why don't we go for a drive? It has to beat standing around the house. You'll air dry in no time. Cove only offered a shrug and bent a smile to his mom as he looked at you for a real answer. Let's do it. You weren't sure at all about her suggestion. I don't know if my parents would want me. Let's fucking do it. It's fun. This will be good. Kyra pulled out her cell phone in her pocket to call your moms. They had swapped numbers earlier in the summer.
See you soon.
Heading out to the garage, I'll meet you there in a minute. Just
Sorry.
a minute. Sorry, my mom can be pushy. She gets some idea in her head and that's what she does. Oh, my thing was just in the middle of the fucking... Bye, mouse. It's okay. Thanks for letting me come. I didn't do anything. That wasn't true at all, but you let him get away with that. Come on. Cove led you to the car and Kyra wasn't too far off behind.
Okay.
Into the back, you two. Once the three of you were situated inside, Kyra started and drove out of the residential area. When she hit the main road, the car sped up and she rolled the back windows down all the way.
Hey.
Cove started to laugh as he kept trying in vain to keep his hair from flying into his eyes too much. Meanwhile, you closed your eyes as the wind whipped around your wet clothes. I said this drive would be good to getting your air dried. Yeah, but I didn't agree to this much air. Code tried to press the window button, but nothing happened. His eyebrows furrowed in frustration.
Wait.
You're disable the back. Sorry, can't hear you. Smiling deviously, Kyra turned on the radio and turned it up to be heard over the wind. You laughed and enjoyed the event. You jokingly complimented or complained about the situation. You weren't a fan of the stunt, or you danced in the seat to the music. You recognized the song immediately, mouthing along the words and move about to the beat felt refreshing. Cove shook his head at you until he cracked half of a smile. Slowly relaxed, he bopped a little to the beat of the song himself. Then something stuck the side of your legs as several papers were freed from underneath the car seats and were blown about. Oh, they can't go out the window. Cove began to haphazardly reach around for the space to try to get them all under wraps. You mused, you helped. You helped frantically. You watched them struggle, entertained. Mom, close the windows! Kyra offered no response other than a chuckle. She kept driving. Cove snatched the several papers out of the air, and you caught others, preventing most of them from flying out the window on your side, as you showed Cove your collection while grinning widely. I think we pretty much got all of them. You figured that they were sitting in the back of the car and couldn't be important enough to be upset over, but Cove continued to look annoyed. His smile started to slip as his and at that, oh my gosh, good thing I'm ending after this one because I can't breathe. That his expression softened. I hope so. Thanks for helping. The sun had set completely. And at that, Kyra rolled up the windows, letting out a big sigh and release the random bits of paper that he still had in his fist. Mom, my mom is crazy. He ran a hand through his windblown hair, laughed at a bit of expiration. You felt good. You didn't know what would happen anymore. You were fed up. You felt good. The evening had really turned out to be more interesting than you expected. Grinning, you were happy with the odds, whatever else happened next. Cove watched with interest until his focus taken by a new comment from his mom. I bet you're not feeling damp anymore. No, but now I feel tricked. I will take the mom side. She did say she was taking us out on a drive to air out, and that's exactly what happened. Precisely, Sophia. Kyra continued to driving, and the radio volume was adjusted for the closed windows, and everyone was sitting more comfortably. Kyra lowered the sound even more after pulling to a red light, and she took the chance to turn around. You caught her coy smirk.
So?
Does anyone know what we drove past during the dry cycle? I'm not sure I want to. A movie theater? Okay. Most places have one somewhere. It isn't too late, you know. We can probably still catch a show.
What?
Really, Mom? We don't even know what's playing.
Come on.
That's what makes it fun. I want to see a movie. I'm not sure about that. There's no way that's not fun. Heck yeah. Aren't my moms expecting me soon? Heck yeah. Both of you? He seemed hesitant, and you gave him a smile, and Cove eased up a bit. Oh, don't get me wrong. I'm not advocating impulse behavior every day, but it's important to seize the moment when you can. We might never have another night like this. And don't worry, Sophia. I said I'll watch over you for the night and not just 10 minutes or so. I will put your parents in the loop about hitting the movies, and as soon as we get there.
That's,
I didn't bring any shoes. You should always bring shoes when you're going out. Well, I didn't bring any either. I didn't know we were going. I thought we were just gonna be in the car.
It's all right.
We'll sneak in through quickly, no one noticed. You can do it just this once. You pounced in your seat excitedly that this was actually happening. Kyra was right. You never got to do stuff like this. Multica's just barking. Bark, bark. Kyra drove to the movie theater parking lot and shut off the engine. With the unbuckling of her seatbelt and ushered you and Cove out. Despite being hesitant to leave, once outside, Cove burst into a sprint towards the cinema. You hurried behind, and you figured the cold tarmac on his feet was what was fueling him ahead. Inside, you noticed there were no lines and all current shows were already started, and Kyra paid no mind, strode up to the counter with some words of encouragement. The third of the running time is ads these days. We haven't missed anything. Meanwhile, Cove stood next to you awkwardly, and he shifted from one foot to another, constantly looking around. His shady behavior would have made him much more likely to get caught than standing still would have. If there would have been people around to really notice. It was pretty goofy. You offered him your shoes. Still, you consoled him. You teased him over it or complained with him. So he's not grabbing my shoes. My shoes aren't right. You poked Cove's arm to get his attention. It'll be okay, Cove. His expression softened into a peace smile. Yeah, thanks. Elicited the sigh of relief out of you. Kyra returned with the tickets in hand. She quickly herded you and Cove towards the showroom. Oh, I'm so sorry for the little hiccup, but hold on. We almost made it home free. Once you sit down, it will be smooth sailing. The lights were already off in the showroom. The movie hadn't started yet, and the oncoming movie trailers were still playing.
Aha!
Yes. Keeping her volume in a hushed tone, Kyra couldn't help but burst in excitement over your luck. You followed her down the walkway until she spotted open seats in the middle-ish area of the theater. Kyra pointed at the seats and looking over her shoulders at you and Cove, waiting for input. Cove nodded, and you decided to give her a thumbs up, and she led the way. When you reached your seats, Kyra sighed contently. Cove gave a sigh of his own, lifting his feet to sit cross-legged instead of keeping them down on the floor. He leaned over to you and whispered to you.
So...
Do you have any idea what this movie is? No? I didn't hear the name or anything when your mom bought the tickets. Oh boy. After a couple more previews, the main event began. It dawned on you quickly that it was a horror film. About one of the groups of students being haunted by dangerous ghosts. You were psyched. You could live with that. You knew it was going to be annoying. You were nervous. You were terrified. You couldn't do this. You had to leave. No. But I was going to be terrified. The movie only started. You were already petrified. This was perfect. You hated it. I didn't care. Why is there no I don't care? Glancing over at Cove, you noticed that he looked less than thrilled with the movie, and he bit down out of his bottom lip and stared at the screen with trembling eyes. Cove had never been a fan of ghost or intentional frightening things. It was something you learned about him early on. You remained still. You tapped Cove's shoulder to get his attention. You angled You angled your body in the seat to be closer to him, or you grabbed the hold of his hand. Ooh, Daddy Car is steady. Your fingers wrapped tightly around his, and he jumped slightly at the unexpected touch. But his expression softened when he peeked at you out of the corner of his eyes. He gave your hand a squeeze to silently voice support, which made you feel good. Sometimes there were other people in the theater screamed or jeered or clapped, depending on what was happening. Your heart was pounding in your chest when the movie finally came to an end. The main character resolved the hunting, but in the dark conclusion, they didn't make it out alive. F. Water. You stayed to let the credits roll in the theater to clear out, and then it was time to head back to the car. Both you and Cove took the same seats in the back of the car again. Even though it was late, Kyra exuded the upbeat, cheerful energy. What a great flick.
I guess.
It wasn't so bad in the end. You enjoyed it, baby. No, I mean, it was hard to explain. I get really tense, and I guess that's the point of horror. But I kind of don't want to feel like that. Now that it's over, though, it was sort of cool to do.
Fantastic.
It was so great. Sophia, how are you feeling? It was awesome. It was terrifying. It was terrible, but that was what made it fun. I didn't mean to fucking do that. It was alright, you shrugged. Fair. Sometimes bad movies are good for that reason. I still can't believe that they died. It's nice when things aren't all obvious and you don't really know how it's going to end until you see it, but I still wanted to go better. I demand a happier ending. I love how things fell apart and it seemed like things were going to go okay. I saw it coming. You nodded with what Cove was saying. It was so lame. I demand a happier ending. Yeah. You and Cove spent the rest of the car ride absorbed in conversation about the movie. So, who's hungry? You were surprised when you realized Kyra didn't drive home, but to a drive-thru burger restaurant instead. I'm not hungry. You shook your head no. Yeah. You nodded. Why not? Yeah. It's like the midnight trips to go get food with Kalo. Food. That's the spirit. Get whatever you want. Dude, we have options. Hamburger. Onion rings. Ooh, mozzarella sticks. Milkshake. Cookie. Ice cream. That's everything. Is that all right?
Of course.
It's a-okay. Cove was tickled by the size of your list and had no disapproval over it. Kyra pulled up to the window and ordered what you asked for first, and then she decided to order one of everything on the value menu. Oh, what are you gonna do with all that? Eat it.
Really?
The whole menu? Even after Sophia picked most of that already? That's right. There's only maybe like 10 things on it. They're about $1 each. I can swing it. And besides, whatever I don't finish, I'm gonna feed it to your dad. He'll be in heaven. Cove sighed affectionately at his mother's antics. Thank you.
You're welcome.
A few minutes later, Kyra exchanged the money for multiple bags of food, which she quickly tossed to you both in the back seat and then drove off into the night. Can you pass me something? What should I grab? Surprise me. You choose one of the wrap sandwiches and hand it to her. You had no idea if it was a burger or something.
Thank you.
Accepting that this was what was happening, Cove shrugged and started to pull out food out of the bag for himself. Cove ended with some onion rings that he happily munched on. You selected something randomly, or you made sure to grab something you liked. I can grab something randomly. You weren't even questioning Kyra's crazy ride anymore. The adventure continued, and you were so preoccupied in the back that you almost didn't realize the car had stopped, and Kyra turned to look over her shoulder. Okay, party people, it seems we have reached the end of the road. Confused, you checked out the window and you saw nothing except the empty road ahead, and you noticed that it was the now leaving sign. Kyra took you through the entire town. What are we doing here? Kyra turned the car around, parked it along the side of the road. I think you both could use a break to stretch your legs, and I doubt anyone's gonna make it through here at the time of the night. Besides, I need to make a call, so go on. Cove shook his head and then got out of the car without a fight. I'm following Cove. Is there a stay in the car? You got out and caught up to Cove. He was busy looking at the stars and stretching his arms while he strolled around. You thought being there was pretty excited. Being there was pretty cool in your mind. You didn't care overall. You felt worried, you felt mad, or you just felt tired. I probably would have been tired at this point, but you thought being there was excited. You were delighted with the wide open sky above, the obstructed, there we go, view of the landscaping around. It was freeing. It's amazing we're all the way out here. Cove smiled, glancing at the stars from the stars to you. Shortly after you noticed Cove's expression change. His eyebrows furrowed like he was thinking hard about what he wanted to say next.
I'm so sorry.
Sophia, I'm really sorry for my mom being crazy tonight. She isn't always like this, seriously. Why is she being like this now? I think she feels like she has to get out there and do things with me while she still can. She wants to make the time memorable. This trip has been really different from the others, and it didn't start off good. Thinking how Kyra's trip began in the summer, you could understand why Cove was thinking along those lines. She probably wanted all the trouble to be worth it in the end. Are you having a good time with your mom around? Okay, I get it. She shouldn't have made me part of it. You nodded understanding. She's giving you a taste of your own medicine, or say nothing. Are you having a good time? Yeah, it's still weird to have her and Dad in the same house, but I love her. She's my mom, and I like hanging out with her most of the time. It went silent between you both, so you jumped when you heard the sound of the car door closing. Cove, Sophia. You turned to see Kyra in the driver's seat waving. The sight brought a smile to Cove's face, and she quickly made her way over to where you both were standing. Thanks for waiting. I don't mind.
My baby.
How did I end up with such a polite boy? She ruffled to his hair and Cove lowered his head. Accepting the compliment, you thought about how interesting it was to see how Cove interacted with his mom. And then the memory hit you that the first summer that you and Cove came to this very spot in his runaway attempt to find his way back to his mom, and now here you all are together. You kept the thought to yourself, you whispered it to Cove, or you said it out loud? Whisper it to Cove. You take a step closer to Cove, and you leaned in close to share the moment just with him. Isn't it strange that your mom took us here? This is where you went to try to see her when you moved to Sunsetbird. Cove flinched. His eyes darted over to his mom, worried that she heard. When he was satisfied that she didn't, he turned back. Yeah, it's weird, but she doesn't know what happened. At least I'm pretty sure she doesn't. Really? Dad likes to tell her things that are fine so she doesn't worry. Oh shoot, I don't remember if I actually told her, but they could kind of keep it a secret. Cove looked at you gratefully, and you shared a conspiratorially smile? Anyway, it's kind of cool to be here on the edge of the town. Exactly. We're standing on a cypress? Fuck it. I think so too. I don't really see the difference about it. You don't have to. I think so too. I knew you would get it. It's good to appreciate these times and places. Kyra let out a big breath of air. We should probably call it a night, huh? Yes, let's go, finally. You shrugged. You felt disappointed that it was actually over. You were kind of hoping that there would be an unexpected thing that would pop up to keep things going. Kyra shyly smiled and gestured to the car. Quietly, you all made your way back to it. Cove naturally followed you, taking the seat near in the back with the collection of fast food bags still spewed about. You rested your head onto the seat as the car roared to life. As you did, Cove leaned in to whisper.
Hey.
Can I talk to your mom if they do get mad about tonight for some reason? It was my mom's idea, and you didn't have a choice. Thank you. Thanks, I might need that. I'm glad that we're heading back now. This is worth it even if they get mad. You nodded. Your mouth pulled into the biggest grin and you get a laugh out of Cove. If you say so. Also, don't worry about bringing the shirt back when we get home. Just keep it. Until tomorrow? He simply shook his head, and your face went warm. He was giving it to you. Thanks. You're the best. Secretly, you were hoping that you didn't have to get it back. Good, because you weren't getting it back no matter what. You were at a loss over this. You're the best. Cove smiled bashfully at you and said nothing else. The drive home was smooth and uneventful. The radio was off completely, and you felt your eyelids getting heavy. You rest your head on the side of the car, or you rest your head came to rest on Cove. You were too tired to keep your head up, and it felt quite comfortable there. Cove didn't have any issue, and he leaned into it. He must have been exhausted too, and you were happy to stay close like that. It was warm and comfortable. When you opened your eyes, you expected to be still be in the car, and not in your bedroom. It somehow was early morning, and you couldn't remember how you ended up there. Sitting in the bed, you thought about how last night was quite an experience. It would almost feel like a dream if you weren't still wearing the shirt that Cove had let you take. It definitely happened, and you were glad that you got to have a spontaneous escapade in the summer. All right. We're gonna say 17. But get out of here. But thank you all for joining me, especially with my shitty rating. Which I'll see if anyone is on that I know. If not, I think I might just end it because I have to pee. And I don't think my computer's gonna load it. Lovely. Come on. Come on. I know you can do it. If not, I'm ending it. Ending it. Thanks for sticking around, Kalo. I know. Okay. My computer's not loading it, rating off, so I'm gonna end it here. Thanks you all for joining. I hope you all have a good rest of the day. If I'm not doing anything tomorrow, I'm probably gonna be streaming because I need to finish this game. Because the wedding DLC is coming out at the end of the month, and I'm like, I need to finish. But, bye!